All right. Good morning, you landlubbers. We are back. I guess I should probably say you technophiles, people that are out there on the interwebs watching this stream. We're going to finish building our license server today. I think we got it in a really good place yesterday. I can feel it. Today is the day that we launch license.dev so that anyone can sell a macOS app without having to go through the Apple store, which is going to be cool because I really wanted to build this for myself so that I can sell my apps. I basically want a landing page for the app. I want to be able to charge people, and when they pay for the app, they should get a very special, unique license that allows them to put it into the app and get all the features enabled. And that is what we are going to do today. Last time we left off with a few things with the app, and I think we've got them in a pretty good place now. The agent ran for a while, and as you can see, I will pull this up and then you will actually be able to see. So yesterday we left off with just trying to get the various forms of verification done. We had a few items on our to-do list, and it could be easier if I could use both of my hands instead of holding coffee. Okay, so we did a few things yesterday. We got the demo app button state so it reflects properly. We got a nice debug screen at the bottom so you can see that. So if we go to the app, you'll see now there is a nice status screen. There's even a nice device binding validation ladder, which I'll go over in a minute. And then I've added some like debug trace and some instructions. So I went through yesterday and found that there was a few things we wanted to fix with this demo app. In particular, one of the things I found is that if you want to use the secure enclave as a method for getting like using your private keys in your secure enclave, and if you're going to use that to sign any sort of certificate saying like this is my machine, you have to sign the macOS app with a developer ID. So I got that set up and it was super easy. But I put the instructions into our markdown guide here. So when you come in and you're trying to integrate this with your macOS app, all you have to do is click the little copy markdown button. The markdown guide will get copied. Oh, I didn't even know I could do that. That's cool. That will get copied into your clipboard. You'll paste that into your agent, and the agent, one of the things that'll be told as part of that, you could just paste it anywhere and see it, but it will be told to make sure to sign the app if you want to use the secure enclave tier. So let's go back to our app here and you'll see what I mean. There's now 3 different tiers for validating that a user owns that machine. So the lowest level tier is going to be the serial match. So every machine has a unique serial number that identifies that macOS machine. Problem is that serial number is reported via Swift through an API that can easily be spoofed. So a hacker who wanted to, say, steal our Mac app and distribute it could, in theory, write a little wrapper program that runs our program, and when it does that, it overrides the serial number of the machine. And all it would have to do is statically set the serial number so that it matches the machine that the license certificate was issued for. Okay, so now tier 2. This is like midway verification proof. So what we did is we have the keychain store a private key. So we create a new private key, we put it in the keychain, and then when the macOS app boots up, it uses that private key every time to validate that the certificate that was issued to that machine belongs to that machine. That's great, but the private key could be leaked and could just be put into the keychain as well. So, tier 3, secure enclave. The secure enclave holds a private key that you can extract. It's unique to that machine, and we use that now to do our ultimate verification that that person owns that machine. Is this way overboard? Yeah, we could probably get away with serial match for like most users. You know, if someone really wants to go out of their way to steal a piece of software, they're going to find a way to do it, I guess. And most users are, the serial match is really all we need. But the beauty of the way that I had the LLM agent go through and implement this is now you can see which level you are secured at in the demo app. So if you open this demo app today without signing the demo app with a developer ID, the secure enclave feature will not work, and it will automatically fall back to keychain, or it will fall back to serial match, which are both still plenty good for validating that the license belongs to that machine that it's registered to. I think ideally we wouldn't even have to register a license to a machine. You just get a certificate, you install it, and your app's good to go, right? Like that in the most cases, that's probably plenty fine. I may have over-engineered this a little bit. But I kind of like the idea that a license is registered to a machine and the seller of their software. If you make your own app, you should be able to decide how many machines that thing can be installed on. So I've added that functionality. It's in here, and we are going to go through and test all the rest of this stuff out today. So let's go back to our somewhere we had I need to like create a key binding, I think, to make this so much easier. Switch back and forth. All right, so we have serial match, keychain, we went over secure enclave, and it goes through a ladder basically falling back to each one. I would hope serial match would work. If it doesn't, maybe they're not on a valid Mac machine that doesn't have a serial number. I don't even know like how that would work, if that's a case that something could happen. I really don't know. It's bothering me. Don't forget to brush your beard. Apparently I did. So all right, now, so the ladder truthfully reflects the active certificate proof. Great. So we can see that. The agent added a bottom signing and secure enclave section that explains all the things like the Apple development signing that needs to be done. I'm looking at this and I don't really like it. Yeah, fine. Let's just leave it. Let's get this thing shipped. We'll fix that later. Just instructions, and the instructions are in like 2 other places, right? They're also going to be in the product page, so that when you create a new product, you know how to set up your macOS app if you're a macOS app developer. All right. So then we're going to do updated product page. Yep. So that's that's all that. That's good to go. All right. Oh, I added this yesterday. I think it's really important that we allow organizations to like export all their data. Um, I don't really want to be in this like walled garden sort of business where you can't ever get your data out of our company. Like, if you need access to your data, or like you have all of these licenses that you've issued to a user, and we get to a point where like AI is good enough that it can just like code things for people instantly, then yeah, I think you should be able to export all your licenses and go use your own thing. There's no reason to guard all that. So I think I'm gonna put this right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's put this into our agent so that the agent can go. Before I do that, I'm going to do a nice compact. Probably should have done this earlier because it takes like 5 to 10 minutes. So while that's compacting, let's paste in our objective here. I want the objective without this little check. So just go grab that. We'll paste that in there. We'll hit return. Now the agent can go and implement that feature for us while we go talk about some other stuff. All right. Let's see what else we got here. I think we're at the point where we can do Sparkle updates, which is so cool. This is like when you open the macOS app, you'll see often there's a check for updates button, or maybe it pops up and it says there's a new version of this app available. Would you like to download it? That usually is facilitated through this thing called Sparkle, which is a library that we are going to use. But one of the things that I really wanted to add to this license.dev website is the ability for individual developers to like tag a new release, say in GitHub or something, and have it post to our API. And the API, the product page, like it serves up a landing page to sell your app, but I don't see why we can just simply also serve up this appcast XML, which just says this is the current version of the app. And so when the app boots up, it knows, okay, we have this new version of the app, let's go download it. So that's what we're going to be implementing next, and then we're going to go test that out to see if that works nicely. So let's see if the agent actually has even implemented that for us yet. So if I go into here, oh, there's a check for updates button that it added. Okay, that's pretty cool. You can't see it real well, but there is in the menu bar, there is a check for updates as well in there. So if I click this button, ooh, okay. So we need to probably still implement the appcast XML route, and we probably still need to wire it up into the demo app properly. See what's in our config. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, so we have a config because we had to have a config in order to register the license. I think we need to add the ability to like load that config into this client configuration so that the developer can see it there. Let's do that real quick too. There is already a config. configuration in the For example, this seems to happen when I close the app and reopen it, or maybe we even supply a configuration via an environment variable. We should have a way of displaying what the current configuration is to the inside of the demo app. So that'll be our next up item to do after the AI does this one. So basically the export, what I instructed it to do was create a background job. So in Ruby on Rails, you generally don't want to do like bulk processing type things in your controllers. Our database that we're using is SQLite, so it actually holds a global lock on the entire database for that given transaction. Now you can just acquire a read lock because we're in wall mode, but you can, if you are doing any sort of writing and you require the write lock, you're holding it for the whole database. So what you never want to do is things that are going to take a long time, like pulling a lot of records or like updating a lot of records, or even never hold a lock and then like fetch a web page or something. Like don't do IO because that's extremely slow, and you're basically like blocking all the other requests that are coming into your app. Now SQLite is extremely fast, so we're talking like microseconds to do any sort of query or processing. So the amount of, when you're talking microseconds as opposed to saying having to open a remote connection to a Postgres database on another server, that's IO, right? That remote connection is IO. But when your database is local and it's in the same process running as the web server, it's insanely fast. And you're just like reading stuff straight off this. There's already caching layers built in, so it's crazy fast. And your throughput is going to be much, much higher because it's so much faster. So you have this like trade-off, right? But what I definitely do not want to do is say, go grab all the users' data, like the licenses they've sold, their products, the customer records, because they should be able to get their own customer records in case in the future customers want to come and I don't know, let's say their customers come in and they're like, oh, I need my license, but they're no longer using license.dev. Hopefully they exported all their data, and now anyone who's purchased that piece of software can go request their records, and like hopefully the customer support for whoever made that app will be able to get that license out of the data. So that's the idea, the general idea for that. So it's going to bundle up all the records. So let's say you create a macOS app, it goes super viral, you sell 1 million copies. That means there's like 1 million rows in our database or more. And because we might have 1 million rows of that license, and then like maybe it's on 2 different machines, so now there's an additional 2 million, so there's like 3 million rows of data that we have to package up and we have to put into a zip file for the customer so that they can export their own data. So what we should do is make that super easy, but it's going to do it in a background job. So basically our front-end controller, or our controller in Rails, is going to kick off this job. It's going to like say, do this later when you get to it. There's another process running. That process picks up the job, and then it goes, collects all the data, streams it into a zip file, and then packages it up, then sends an email out to the customer with that zip. It just occurred to me though that it's likely that zip file is going to get too big for an email. And I think what I probably did, maybe I just explained it wrong to y'all, but if we look at this, yeah, so we give them a link in the email that they can click, and it will go fetch the zip file from our server that they can download. That's the better way to do it. We should probably also have like a, I don't know, like an exports section in the website so people can easily see the exports they've done. Also, while you're at it, we should add like an exports section to license app so that it just, you know, it has the standard Rails CRUD actions, and the exports themselves are like viewable inside for like that organization. You know, we should have like a table where we keep track of the exports that we've created for that organization, and they should be able to like go to the index page to see the recent exports. They could like click on any one of them and it triggers that download of that zip file. We probably will want to have a job that like, so that we only ever keep around like maybe 3 exports, the most recent 3 exports for any given organization. So maybe that job runs once an hour to just go through and remove any exports where the organization has more than 3 of them. That way we don't end up with just a huge amount of exports lying around on disk all the time. It also means that when we email the customer the link for them to export, it should really require them to log into the app. Like, this should be authenticated. And the link that we email them should just be like should just trigger the download of the most recent export. Like, the link that we email them shouldn't be the link to the specific export that was created as a result of running the job. It should just like take them to, maybe just takes them to the exports page, and then they can go and download the most recent export themselves because they'll see the exports on the index page. Hopefully that'll like guide the thing a little bit. Maybe that'll let's see if it goes and updates its spec. And then I guess something I could easily do in the future too, if someone wanted like a daily backup of their licenses, we could make it so that we trigger like a webhook or something and we post the zip file to it, or we post the URL, and they can have like their own script that like goes and fetches that via like an authenticated URL. A token in it or something, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. And that's also going to like use a ton of bandwidth, so I think that's something we should charge for. But the other way, so I want to make sure that this is built in a way that you bring your own Stripe account. So we're using Stripe Connect, and if you're a app developer and you want to charge for your app, you basically have your own Stripe Connect account, and in that account, it will have all of your customers that have purchased licenses. So if for some reason you ever needed to go validate that a customer purchased a license, you could go get it from the Stripe account. Like Stripe's going to maintain that data, right? So in theory, you could still like go look up their email there. We should probably, I could probably even have oh yeah, I like this idea. Okay, so in Stripe, when you have a customer and they purchase something, you can actually attach things to the customer record. So what we could do is maybe even attach like the serial numbers for the machines, or we could just attach like the number of machines. I don't know if I like putting the serial number of the machines into Stripe. We could at least put something like they've claimed their license and generated a certificate. I don't know if that'd be useful, but we could do it. I'm gonna put that under our nice to have section. I think Stripe actually has some stuff like entitlements probably defined for that. It's a little overkill in my opinion right now. But I just want to make it so that if someone for some whatever reason needed access to their data, like it's on them to just go get it from their Stripe account. Like that's a mechanism where they could go get their customer data. But the other reason I'm doing this purge in a job is because this goes when you're storing data in Rails, it uses active storage. So this zip file is actually a file on disk on the server that's running this. And while we could go and delete the active storage record in the SQLite database that represents that file on disk, and go delete the file on disk, inside of the controller, I'll do it all in line. It's entirely possible to do that, but I think this could also work. Like we just have a hourly job that runs and looks for organizations that have more than 3 and just goes through and deletes the oldest ones. I don't know why you'd ever need more than like 3 data exports live at any given time. It just seems, I mean, really all you need is the latest one. but we'll keep 3. Yeah, I think we'll do 3 then for now. Because of how we have our Frax resource usage, so if you go back into day 1 or day 2, I don't remember, I showed in the foundation engine how easy it is for us to put limits on accounts. So if you were, let's say I decided to start charging for this, like maybe some sort of enterprise plan where you need daily exports of your backups, you need maybe you need to be able to keep like a month worth of backups on the server. I could easily now, because every active storage record is actually like a row in our SQLite database that represents the underlying file, and that row maintains how big that file is. I can easily calculate how much data a given organization is using on my server. And then what I can do is say, okay, well, your subscription only allows for so many gigabytes of data to be stored. And if you want more, it's like pay as you go usage or something like that, you know? Or maybe there's like higher tier plans that offer more. I'm not going to do that right now. But if it becomes a problem and our servers start filling up because people are maintaining a ton of backups, then we might have to charge for data storage. Just an idea. Maybe we only keep 3. Maybe we only keep 2, and we only keep it around for 36 hours. There's no point in holding on to an export. Like, someone's either going to like do the export and they're going to come back and get their export within a day and a half, or they're not. In which case, they just do another export. I think I like that idea. I have an idea. I think we should update the spec and then make these slight adjustments to what we've been doing. I think we should only keep 2 exports at any given time for any given organization. And we should also only keep exports for 48 hours. So we can, if there's a export that's been there for more than 48 hours, then we should delete it as well as part of our cleanup job. Because I don't think we need to keep exports around longer than that. Either someone's going to come and get their data that they exported, or they're not. Okay, so let's see. I hate like interrupting the AI because if I just feel like if I start going in too many different directions, I give it whiplash. Just like if you do drive-by, like if you're an engineering manager and you got a bunch of engineers who are sitting there at the computer and you do these drive-bys where you just like walk by them all day long with your ideas, they're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be working on. And if you're an engineer, you know that's happened to you. Or you're just very lucky to have had great managers your whole career. See, Rails, like active job, solid queue, these sort of things that are all built into Rails now make it so incredibly easy to just say, I want to do this thing and I want you to like run it every hour, and I want it to like in the background go through and clean up our database or do something to the database, or like go out and grab something from the web and store that state in our database. Like the idea of background jobs is just, it's phenomenal. Once you like really grasp that, it's really powerful. Now it's not like I use it for everything. I'm guilty of that. Uh, but you should do things like where it makes sense, really. You don't want your database in some weird inconsistent state because you have all these jobs that are like concurrently doing all these different things. Now, because this is SQLite and there's a global write lock on the entire database, we have less. I mean, we really should let me back up here. When you're doing a bunch of things concurrently in a database, you should grab a bunch of write locks on the rows in which you're modifying. Especially if you're using like Postgres or MySQL or any database where you can do row level locking. And that ensures that you do not have like concurrent modifications, like changes to the things. Like you go read something and then you expect it to be in a certain state, and then you modify it and you go write it back, and all of a sudden like someone else came in the meantime and changed it. But if you grab a row lock, no one else can update that thing until you release the row lock. And so it's generally a good idea to go grab all the row locks in a transaction and do all the things that you need to do in that transaction, and then commit them all atomically. But SQLite, only one writer on the whole database at any given time can have access to the whole database lock. So what that means is, one, it can hide these subtle things where you should be using row locks. But two, it also means if you're not really sure where you should be row locking, it kind of does it for you. So it's both good and really bad. Because if you ever migrate off of SQLite to say Postgres, you're probably going to run into some like concurrency errors, like parallel modification problems, because the AI maybe made assumptions and wrote tests against the fact that your entire database is being locked, instead of having to individually grab row locks. So one thing I found really useful is to go and put it near the top of your agents.md when you're working in these sort of environments, and just say, always write your code with row locking, even if the database is currently doesn't even support row locking. And in Rails, it's super easy. You can do like you do a select with a for update, and it still works in SQLite. So that's pretty awesome, because then when we migrate our code over, maybe, let's say we switch to Postgres, things will just properly still work. It is so incredibly dry out here in Wyoming. Remember to drink a lot of water. I gotta stop adding new features to this thing. We just gotta get the MVP out the door. This is crazy. The things that I'm adding though are like hopefully will reduce the support burden that I have. But give people access to the things that they need, then I don't have support things that I have to do. And I can just keep building. That's how we're doing on photos. Oh, we got 9% left. We're gonna have to use another reset. We still have 4 days left. Saying it's gonna run out in 10 hours, so we might be able to get through the stream and then have to reset tomorrow. But we'll see. Oh, it just dropped to 9. Oh, I don't know. We might have to reset sooner. Okay, I think I have like 2 resets left, so. Actually, there's a set. Pretty sure. Oh, we have 3 resets available. Alright, cool. $23. Oh, there's a new model that came out. I really want to try, but I probably shouldn't be downloading it while I'm streaming. So I'm gonna have to download it tonight. It claims to be nearly on par with DeepSeek version 4 Flash. It's just slightly behind GLM 5.2, and I think it actually beats out GLM 5.1 in a few places. Let's pull it up. Here it is. And what? All right, so this is a 295 billion MOE. But the crazy thing is, it's actually, let's see how many activated parameters this thing is. So it's a 295 billion parameter mixture of experts model with 21 billion active. I think this is going to be the sweet spot. So if we looked at Quen 3.6 27B, the fully dense model, I think when we get into that 20 to 30 billion parameter range is like where we get some nice stability. It does increase the amount of computation, but I think so a lot of these really super large models have been doing this, like, you know, be a 1 terabyte or 1 trillion parameter model, or like a 700 trillion parameter model, and then they only have something like 3 billion active, or maybe 10 billion active. And it's that active number is very important, because the router, you have this huge knowledge base, and then it routes you to an expert. And if you only have 3 billion active experts, that's pretty dang small. So I'm really excited about this model. If we look at, say, the benchmarks here, let's pull them up. So this ZAI, oh wow, they did compare it to 5.2. Interesting. Interesting. You guys see that? You can. no. What the? Oh, all right. I think you can see it now. So they compared this model to GLM 5.2. So if we look at all the models that are on here, we can't run Claude Opus on our computer. Can't run GPT 5.5. I'm talking like local models with open weights. When 3.7 Max is closed weights. They haven't opened them yet. DeepSeek version 4 Pro. This is the model that is my go-to currently on the M3 Max Studio, the M3 Ultra, with 512 gigs of RAM. I think you can actually get away with this with 256 gigs of RAM, but it's heavily quantized down to like 2-bit. It's an iMatrix down to 2-bit. You can even do a 4-bit. You have a little bit more RAM. Seed 2.1 Pro, I haven't actually tried, but I'm guessing that's not an open weight model. Maybe it is. I don't know. GLM 5.2, definitely open weight, MIT license. You can go and download this thing and run it on your machine, but it's like a 700 and something billion parameter model. So you end up having to run a quantized model down. I think people have got it down to 4-bit so that you can run it if you have 512 gigs of RAM. Or you can stream it from disk in some cases, but that's going to be very slow. Probably not great for your disk. And then we have this model that is out now. It's kind of interesting that they released a preview, I think, to certain people in the community. They played around with it, and then the preview version, like you can see the improvements they made between preview and what they just fully released are significant. So if we look at Software Bench Pro, this is a pretty good benchmark to go off of if you're just doing like agentic coding on your machine. And as you can see, it slightly, according to this benchmark, and I mean, I think people should always run their own evals when they're doing this stuff to see like if it works for their use case, their own use case. Rumor is though that this model just gets shit done. Like it doesn't overthink, and it will just attack and get stuff done. Now that's both good and bad. Like GLM 5.2 thinks like crazy, especially in max mode. It will think and think and think. It will get to the root problem before like attacking things, which is why I think it performs so well. So I personally like my models to think a lot. I like to give it a task and let it go do it and hope it just does it right. And I can do a lot of those in parallel, which is why I like GLM 5.2. I've already probably burned 10 to 15, maybe more billion tokens with that model. And then I've also run DeepSeek version 4 heavily on my machine. And that's a pretty good, that's sort of been my go-to local model when I want to just do like quick local things. And I'm excited because this model seems to be on par with, if not outperforming DeepSeek in many cases. And the crazy thing is, I'm running DeepSeek version 4 Flash. They're comparing this to DeepSeek version 4 Pro. And Pro is a much larger model. I've actually run Pro on the M3 Studio, and I compared it to Flash. So Pro quantized at 2-bit when I ran the DS4 evals against it. The Flash version actually outperformed the Q4 4-bit quantized model actually outperformed DeepSeek version 4 Pro for almost all tasks. If you go on my X profile, you'll probably find a post about this a while ago. And the only place that Pro actually outperformed Flash, and usually Pro is going to outperform Flash if they're at the same like precision format, right? But the fact is, I have to run a quantized version on my machine, and I totally just realized that my camera is not up here. So I have to run either DeepSeek version 4 Pro in 2-bit quantized, or I can run DeepSeek version 4 Flash in 4-bit. I could even probably run it in 8-bit, but it's a little slow at that point. So getting back to what I was saying, the only place that DeepSeek version 4 Pro in 2-bit outperformed DeepSeek version 4 Flash in 4-bit was when it came to security things, cybersecurity. So if you're having Pro go through and like review your code for places where there could be like security vulnerabilities, or maybe you're like setting up a server or something. In the realm of cybersecurity, the Pro definitely did better. I think there was some like biology tasks evals, but I don't really do biology stuff, so that wasn't really important to me. But the DeepSeek version 4 Flash definitely outperformed Pro in a lot of tasks, which was surprising to me. And I think it's because at 2-bit quantization, it's just not enough was retained for the Pro version. So anyway, but that model is huge, right? Like we have to quantize it down to fit it onto a machine with 512 gigs of unified RAM. This model, this one, is only, what did I say it was? 295 billion parameters, which means it probably runs at about 300 gigabytes of RAM. of RAM, possibly in full precision, and it competes with DeepSeek version 4 Pro in full precision? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I'm really excited to try this out. I take benchmarks with a grain of salt generally, because it's really easy to like overfit a model. And if you overfit a model when you're training it, the problem is it loses its ability to think outside the box. So you gotta, if you remember back to like high school physics or something, you would go into like Excel and you'd plot all your XY points, and maybe in math, like you'd have these points on a grid, and you had to draw a best fit line through the points. I'm seriously simplifying this down, but the general concept is like a machine learning model is nothing more than drawing that best fit line through these points on multiple dimensions. And so if you try and make that line go through every single dot, it loses its ability to like, I'm at a loss for words here. It loses its ability to generalize into things that it hasn't seen, hasn't been trained on. Because all it learns to do is memorize specific answers. It's like if I were to give you the test ahead of time and you never actually learned the material, that you're being tested on, all you ever learned was like that question 34, the answer is B. Question 35, the answer is A. Like if you only ever memorized that instead of what the question was, learning how to think through the problem and then coming up with the answer on your own, that's better, right? Because now you can generalize, you can apply that knowledge you've learned into other areas. If you do this overfitting with a model, it only learns the answers to the questions it's seen. It can't generalize into questions it hasn't seen. So I always take benchmarks with a grain of salt because it's easy for someone to actually go and train their model against the benchmarks. Or it's easy just to overfit the model. So it will be interesting to play around with this and see where they land with that. Tencent's a pretty big company, so I suspect they didn't do that, but you know. All right, let's go back and check on our agent that has been implementing the ability to do exports for us. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll probably download that model overnight tonight, and then maybe we'll play around with it tomorrow. See what it produces on stream. Okay, so it looks like the model has been going through and implementing some database schema stuff, add some tests. Show redirects when completed exports. I'm gonna have to play around with this a little bit because I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work exactly the way I want it to, but we'll have to mold it for that. Let's see. So if you're just tuning in, we are building a license server. We have been cooking it up for a few days now. We just went over a new model that I think is going to be pretty interesting. We're going to probably try it out tomorrow after I download it. I am on Starlink. I am in the middle of the woods in a van, streaming to you live, fully powered by solar. There is no water or grid. And so we are self-sufficient out here in the middle of nowhere. Maybe we can go and see if it's added it to our app. Doesn't look like that. Don't forget you need to add a link in the sidebar to show the exports so that like a user can navigate to them from inside the license app web application. Yes, I just refreshed the page and I'm not seeing a link to the exports, so we just need to make sure that they've wired that up. You do have computer use and Playwright MCP, so you can actually go open the browser and make sure these things are also rendered and clickable and usable. So yesterday I added a tool that I think is going to be pretty neat. It's before I had a skill for like deploying, and I would have to like say, go use this skill. The skill would say, here's a script, and you can like go push up the pull request, watch the actions. If any of them fail, fix the things. If they pass, then you can merge the pull request in. And it works great. Like that workflow works really well, especially when I have like I'm doing multiple things in parallel across different work trees. But I kept finding the agent would like do this thing where it would pull. It would constantly like check on the process and be like, oh, are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done yet? It was just like burning through tokens. And I suspect even if the agent decided to wait and not constantly check the process, our goal was picking it alive again over and over and over. So this tool that I made basically runs the command in blocks. Like agent can't progress. There's no like new text coming in. It's like literally like waiting for this tool to execute as if it was any other tool. So for example, where it just ran this sort of command, right? Like the agent doesn't start going on down here until this thing is completed. So this tool that I put in, I think is going to help save a lot of tokens, because now the tool basically says like, go wait until the actions are done, and it doesn't return until the actions have either completed or one of them is failed. We're running our own ForgeJo instance. This isn't GitHub, so we can like spam the hell out of our page if we need to without worrying about rate limits. All right, let's bring this up so you guys can see it. So it looks like it's trying to bring up the website. That's not good. So as you can see, we are currently on the main branch in here and not inside the work tree. So this what this means is this codex, or the GPT 5.5, anytime we have to do a compaction, it's probably going to do this thinking thing where it goes, oh, should I work in the work tree or should I work in the current working directory, which is the root of our mono repo. I don't know how we're going to fix that. So hopefully it just doesn't burn too many tokens churning through that right now. So if you're just tuning in, make sure you go and you like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're building a license app so that people can sell macOS apps. Come with a landing page. It'll come with the update your app functionality, use push out releases. I'm building this because I need it, because I want it, not because I'm trying to make money from it. But if that happens, then that would be great. Yes, there are plenty of solutions out there, but by building these lower level foundational things for my business, I can control them, do exactly what I want to do, the way I need it done, and I don't have to wait for some other developer to implement things that I ask. And frankly, I don't think that this is too hard, but we are also, what are we on, day 6 now? Day 7? And if I am looking back at our timeline, we started building this on day 3. So we've spent 4 days building this thing. If I don't get it launched today, I might have to just admit that I was wrong and should have just used the service that was already built. So I'm really going to try and get this done today. So our AI here is trying its best to just log into this. I still haven't gotten it just learn how to do this right the first time. Hopefully gets there pretty soon. Let's see what's going on. Yes, allow, do it. So is it even using any of our computer use stuff? Is it just using Playwright? It looks like it's just using Playwright, which is fine. If we go take a look here, you'll see that we're actually using the GPU quite a bit. Let's see this. That's not very helpful. Okay, so take a look here. We're actually using like 50% of this GPU. It's burning through something. It's running something. Google Chrome is using a ton of it. It's not actually using our computer use tool, which is interesting. So let's go back here. Let's see. Okay. It's still trying. Hey, it logged in all on its own. That's pretty sweet. All right, let's go. Now we needed to. So it's going to find out that it did add the exports to the sidebar. So this exports again is the ability for any of the users to easily export all their data, right? Like all their customers, the licenses that they've purchased, the products that organization is like trying to sell, anything, machines that have like been activated. I don't want to hold on to that data. If someone wants it, they can have it, right? It's like you sold your product, uh, you've gotten your money, you paid me. If you want to take all your data on all your customers and leave and go do whatever you want with it, that's your data. Go do what you want. It's only in the world of like SaaS subscriptions where you're paying this monthly fee, uh, where the business is incentivized to have you continually keep paying them. So they put up these walled gardens where you can't get access to your own data. But I don't think I'm going to price that like, I don't think I'm going to price this like that. I think what I'm going to do is, for me, I just want this for my own ability to sell my own macOS app that we're going to start building. Um, so I'm thinking what I might do is like charge like $1 or something. If you sell your license, you sell a piece of software, and maybe you're selling it for like $100 or $200 or whatever it is, I'm only going to charge $1 per license sold. And that automatically goes through the Stripe Connect stuff. So someone's going to basically go in, they'll connect their Stripe. When someone buys from a seller, it will automatically take the money from the buyer, put it in the seller's Stripe account. So that, like if you're building your own macOS apps, you're the seller, and you'll get your money when the buyer pays you. And from that, it'll like take $1, put it into my account. That's it, right? And that'll pay for like the overhead of the bandwidth and like storing all these records and all that kind of stuff, because it's not free. I actually doubt $1 will even cover it, the cost, but coffee. My coffee was getting cold. Wait a minute, that's not supposed to happen. All right, so it looks like it's on the data exports page. It's doing something with that. And then I'll definitely add the ability to like programmatically request these exports via an API or something in the future. I just don't want to do it right now. We need to get this thing shipped, and then we need to start building the macOS app. So this whole export thing was a little bit of a detour, but I think it's really important. Oh, sorry, I just totally realized that this other screen popped up in front. Usually it pops up behind. Um, okay, so if you haven't watched any of the other days that we've been working on this stuff, that gray screen is actually the macOS app. I spent like a day just talking and recording an entire dictation into a big file, and then I had it go through that dictation, organize my incoherent thoughts into an actual roadmap, and then I spun up two agents, one that sits there and just watches the roadmap, and writes documentation, and another agent that actually does the implementation. And that second agent is constantly going and grabbing the next smallest bit of work from the roadmap, working on it, committing it, pushing it up, and then going back to the roadmap and grabbing the next thing, working on it. And the first agent that's sitting there managing the roadmap, if it sees the implementing agent doing something wrong, or like maybe it wants to enhance the application, it will just update the roadmap and add these new things to the roadmap. This thing has been running for about 2 weeks. Let me see how many billions of tokens I've burned on this thing already. Initially did it with GLM, or not, yeah, GLM 5.2. So it's been running with GLM 5.2 for quite some time now. Yeah, so we burned, oh wow, I didn't even realize that. Okay, we burned almost 28 billion tokens on that app just on GLM 5.2, and I have not actually seen it. Like it does that great thing, so there's no like grand unveiling yet, and I don't know what it's gonna look like, if it's going to work. It has just been cooking nonstop. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. Um, but that's what that gray box was. I have been keeping an eye on the agent that is doing implementation, and I at one point had to tweak it a little bit and correct its course. Just because if you like let it run wild without any actual computer science fundamentals of like how to build front-end applications, it doesn't really like to apply them. But anyway, and that's all models, right? Like if you say I want to do this front-end thing, it's going to just start wiring up front-end things. But if you want to do it in a really awesome way, which I'll get into, you have to take your years and years of experience and apply guardrails for the agent to build a framework with it. So that's what it's been doing. I'm intentionally being very vague because if I open the app for the first time and it's absolute garbage, then we're going to have to throw it all away and start over. We'll see. All right, so we have this reviewer skill. It basically says if you go and you write a bunch of code, you need to spawn a sub-agent to review your code. The beauty is the sub-agent gets a fresh context. They're not forking from this context, at least they shouldn't be. And so it's like having someone else come in and review your code without having like all the prior assumptions in the history of this session. And so it's like fresh, and it just says, hey, like we implement this thing, like go look at it, review that code. But in doing that, the reviewer generally has to like go look at other things, right? And sometimes the actual implementer doesn't go look at all the other things. So the review findings are generally, I found, pretty helpful. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes the reviewer just says, hey, here's some error edge case you should go handle. That's generally not very helpful. You're coding for the happy path only, but we'll see what's up with. In the meantime, we could actually like try to click this thing, see what happens. So if we go through it, there's all the exports. Okay. There's a products button. Doesn't appear to do anything. Oh, I think the server's not running. So yeah. Yeah, server's not running. So we'll wait for this thing to server back up. Can you bring up the server in this work tree so that I can try playing with this myself? There we go. Alrighty, so we have I don't know why this products button is here. I might remove that. So then we have like request export. I click the button, data export requested. We will email you when it's ready. Okay. I don't think that the exports page should have a button to the products. Like you get to the products via the sidebar. Go ahead and look with the MCP, the Playwright MCP, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I also hate that it's not using the actual title bar up here. Like I explicitly added something to the foundation engine for putting controls up here, like breadcrumbs right here, and these buttons should go up here. But it's not realizing that it can do that. See, what else can we do with this? We could have this page automatically reload. Do with WebSockets to just pick it off and that job finishes. That could be interesting. You know what? We just need to get this thing done. Okay, so that looks better. Are we actually running the job server? I don't know if we are because it doesn't seem to have processed the export yet. Um, Also, I'm wondering if we should have something on this page that like automatically like refreshes the page every minute or so, or maybe even use the like channels stuff that we have here in Rails, which I believe underlying is using one of the solid things. And then that way, like when the job finishes its task of creating the export, the job could emit on the channel, and then this page, which is sitting there listening on that channel, would know that the job is ready. And at that point, we just refresh the page. Um, and then that way it doesn't just show pending and download not ready on the page forever. It automatically like shows like the page will be refreshed and the link will like appear as soon as it's available after the job completes. I couldn't remember what it was. I thought it was solid queue, but now I'm not sure. The solid queues are job stuff. What are we using to persist WebSocket channel things? Solid cable. Ah, it's called solid cable. That's what I meant. Maybe that's not it. We not have solid cable set up? Yeah, we have it. It's just called cable. It's actually solid. Okay, so solid cable and action cable are like Rails's WebSockets thing. And I think it got added maybe like 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, maybe longer. I don't know. Time's been flying by for me. But basically, we can have it so there's WebSockets. The WebSockets can be authenticated to certain channels. And we can do stuff like a job can go process something and then emit on that channel that it finished. And anyone waiting on that channel, like listening, will get notified. And that's the idea here is like when you go to this page, you should be listening on that channel and then be notified when the download's ready so the page refreshes. Mustache just tickling. Some more coffee. Cup number 2, let's go. The beauty of living in a van. Everything is within arm's reach. Just poured myself a new cup of coffee from the pot. This is pretty interesting, so I might pull this over so that you guys can see it. So basically it's going through and it's going to add, um, wait a minute. I want it to do a 60-second fallback. Worker broadcast as soon as the export reaches completed or failed. But I really don't want a 60-second fallback because then that just means that this page is like refreshing every 60 seconds no matter what. And we really don't want that. So don't add the 60-second fallback behavior. We just want to use the action cable stuff. I guess there's like this race condition that could happen, like someone's loading the page at the same time the job finishes and fires, and like because it's pub sub, you might not get the notification. But we do have, what did I say it was? Solid cable, and so I'm pretty sure those are, since they're persisted, the user should be able to like get the most recent ones, even if they weren't listening. Yeah, see, this is like really annoying because we don't even need action cable if we're going to do a 60-second fallback. Then the page would just refresh every minute and it would eventually see that the download is completed. I think the organization ID automatically gets added to the props. I want you to actually remove that organization ID from the license data exports controller where you're doing the render. Leave it in the test and then run the test because I'm pretty sure that organization ID is like one of the default things that we always include in the props. Uh, but if you have it in your test to see if it's in there, then we'll know. And if it's not, then you can add it back into the props in the render. Hmm. Guess I was wrong. Should be wrong. It should definitely be in there. Something's up with our shared props then. I'm willing to bet that this controller is not actually extending our base controller like it's supposed to be, or it's not including the correct mixin, which automatically does set that. I'll go back and fix that later, it's fine. Okay, so now let's run through this whole thing and continue on with what we were doing and make sure that the action cable and solid cable stuff works correctly, and that if we generate an export, the page automatically refreshes that the job is emitting on the correct channel, that the export is completed. And we also want to make sure that this action cable is only attaching on this page. In fact, I want you to create a new goal to finish this implementation, and I want you to make sure that the goal includes validation with proper controller tests and system tests. And then I also want you to validate it with the Playwright MCP, so you should include that in the goal as well. Now that it has a goal, like before you noticed when I interrupted it, it stopped. So back up here, I said, I want you to remove the organization ID. Like I saw that it was doing something wrong. I tried to correct it. It went through that process and then just ended. Like it stopped altogether here. It was like, oh, I've done everything, but it hadn't. It had only done the one thing that I corrected it on. But if I had had a goal set for this work from the get-go, the goal, like it would have stopped here, then the goal would have re-triggered it to keep going and do this. But since I didn't have the goal set, I had to re-prompt it again to continue on. And I realized I didn't have a goal set, so now I told it to set one and it's gonna go through. In fact, if you look right here, it probably stopped again. Like I told it to create the goal, then it stopped again. But now we have an active goal, so the goal kicked it to keep going. Highly possible. This is the first time we've used the action cable, so I don't think I used it in my demo apps, the invoice apps that I made. Which we built that just to kind of prove out that we could easily like build SaaS products and deploy them. You can basically have ChatGPT generate an invoice for you. Like you don't really need a SaaS product for that, but it was something simple for me to build. So So this is something I did, and I spent an insane amount of time doing. I did this by hand. I had AI review it. Every time I had the AI review it, they just couldn't get it right. For some reason, the AI cannot grasp the concept of closure links. And that's really what provides our ability to have like memberships and roles and attach attributes to the edges of the graph. but it works beautifully, and I have a ton of tests. In fact, I didn't want the AI to change it so badly, like they wanted to go and break it over and over again. So what I did was I have a separate testing mechanism that lives outside of the purview of these agents. Like they can't even modify that test because they don't have access to it. And it hashes the test files that verify that things are working correctly. And if the hash ever changes because the agent changes one tiny little bit in the entire file, then the tests fail and the agent is told via the CI process that it modified a file it wasn't allowed to modify. There are some things with certain levels of indirection that AI just it can't grasp for some reason. Right, friends, we are back. Let's see what has been going on. Seems like AI is currently integrating the ability to have action cable and solid cable so that when a user comes and clicks data export, when they request a data export, they have to sit there and click refresh while the job in the background is continually processing and trying to get that export done for them. Now what will happen is as soon as that export is finished, the job will emit a message on the channel. This page will be listening to a specific channel specifically designed just for that organization, just for this page. And when the job emits the notification, this page will then know that the job is done and it knows to refresh. Write tests for all that. I told it to write system tests and controller tests. Controller tests pretty much just exercise the data contract being sent to the controller itself. It does the processing and responds back. The system test actually loads the web page. The test can actually then go wait for the JavaScript on the page to render, click on things, as if the system test is testing as if it is the user sitting there using the application. So let's see where we're at here. Now I want to click this, see what happens. So it looks like it puts the most recent one at the top. If I click request export, data export requested will email you when it is ready. It's like almost instant. It pops up. That's pretty cool. So yeah, Action Cable is really just WebSockets, right? Under the hood. Wonder if there's a way we could do like a timeout on a WebSocket. Is there a way that we could time out a WebSocket? So, for example, we don't probably want someone to go to this web page and then hold open the Action Cable WebSocket connection for, I don't know, let's say more than an hour. So like after an hour, the WebSocket Action Cable connection would automatically close unless they refresh the page again. That way we don't end up with someone who just has like a bunch of tabs open on their browser that they never close, and they're like holding open a WebSocket connection to our server, which is just going to end up using bandwidth and holding open a connection to the server that doesn't need to be. Uh-oh. I just got a Codex bar ding. We're at 4% left on our weekly usage for Codex. I think we burned through this in, what, 2 days? An entire weekly play. Oh, man. It says it's going to run out 5 hours. But it also said we had 10 hours left. And that was 2 hours ago. Now it's saying we have 5 hours left. 2 hours later, I suspect that in 2 hours or less, we will burn through this entire rest of this weekly usage. Gonna have to smash that reset button. I wanted to wait until the context compacted. In fact, I'm gonna wait the reviewer when it returns, because we're using this like subagents light where it doesn't write the data to a file and then our agent has to go read the subagent file. Instead, it actually dumps the whole response back to our current context, so it's likely going to overflow the context when this reviewer finishes, because we're already at 29.9%. Down here you can see this, and as soon as this reviewer that is reviewing the changes that have been made finishes, I suspect the context is going to easily hit 100%. It's going to trigger an automatic compaction process, and then we'll be around a fresh context. It's always better when you want your agent to do something the right way, to be earlier in the context. Like, if I were to send this right now, there's a good chance it's not going to do the implementation the best way possible. Unfortunately, it's something we have to worry about right now with the way these models work. Hopefully it gets solved in the future. I mean, it could just totally work. Don't get me wrong, it could work. But I don't want to take that risk, and I don't need to take that risk. All right, all you beautiful humans out there, if you are just tuning in, we are vibe coding. I'm not even building this thing. I'm just like talking to the AI and it is building it. We are vibe coding a way for people to sell macOS apps. That's going to include a landing page. They'll get the ability to automatically have their macOS apps update through a proper update channel, and they'll be able to charge for their macOS apps through Stripe. We want to make this super simple because I want to build some macOS apps and I need this functionality, so that is why we are building it. If you guys decide that you want to use this thing, that's awesome too. That is what we are building right now. It looks like the reviewer came back and didn't overflow the context. But the reviewer did find 3 valid blockers apparently, although it doesn't want to tell us what they were. Should probably fix that skill so that when the reviewer comes back, we have our agent reiterate what the reviewer found. Let's do that now. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna go like this. Go CD into pi. And I'm gonna go, actually it's not even pi. CD, we have these skills in agents. Skills. So let's go like this. We really don't need GPT for this, so we'll just stick with our trusty GLM 5.2 on X-High Thinking, which is actually mapping over to max mode. As you can see here, but ZAI calls that max mode. All right. In this directory somewhere, we have a skill for a reviewer. I want you to read that skill and I want you to update it so that when the reviewer comes back with any findings, that the agent is instructed to restate what the findings were and whether it thinks each of those findings are valid and what it thinks those priority of those findings are. This is I'm talking about the agent. Let me just back up here. Agent that I want to do the reinstating of the findings is the one that triggers the sub agent. not the subagent itself. All right, let's see if it can figure out what I'm trying to say here, because I could barely figure out what I was trying to say. Golly. I actually used to have the voice dictation run through another model to try and interpret what I was actually saying, condense down the tokens, and then send them. But it took so much longer, like, for the model to reprocess what I was saying and then spit something else out. It added like 15, 20, sometimes like 30 seconds onto the output. And now I can dictate something and it's like spit out in a second or 2 seconds. And I feel like that is just a much better way to work. Okay, but that's a lot of words. I think you should make it less wordy, more succinct. Didn't add that in. Let's see. Okay, but that's a lot of words. I think you should make it less wordy, more succinct. Remember, less is better. Holy moly. Okay, I'll be right back. Wow, that thing scared the bejesus out of me. I did not expect a moth that big to just come out of nowhere. When you're deep in the woods, the horseflies are insanely large. The moths are insanely large. They need to get more bats out here or something to eat these things. All right, looks like it made it a little bit. There you go. Cool. So I think that's all we really need to do for that. I'm pretty sure I even have a thing that automatically. Okay, in here, this directory, I think we have a bunch of changes. I need you to commit all the changes and push them up. If there's like merge conflicts, I need you to deal with those as well. And then make sure you're also like pulling down the latest from origin as well. So I take all my skills and I put them into a repository because they're actually shared across multiple machines. And I thought I had a job running that would automatically like synchronize these things, but for some reason it's not doing what it's supposed to. It does it for our Pi, so all our Pi stuff is automatically being synchronized across multiple machines. If there's any kind of merge conflicts, an agent gets spun up to automatically deal with those things. And it fixes the merge conflicts, pushes stuff back up, and stuff just keeps syncing. All right, so let's go back and check on our app. Oh no, it spun another reviewer. Okay. Oh, we're still at 98%. Oh, I was hoping it would overflow the context by now. I really want to hit submit on this, but it's... I'm just gonna do it. Let's just do it. Submitted it. Check out what's going on with our machine. Okay, we're at 2% GDP. That's better. As you can see, GLM 5.2 really loves to do a whole lot of research before it makes any changes. It's doing it now finally. That's going. We're waiting for the reviewer here. It's been running for 3 minutes. Still didn't hit the context. Wow. Okay. All right, so if you're just tuning in, we are building out this license server. As you can see, we are currently working on the ability for anyone to just quickly export their own data if they want access to it, or they want to take it to a different product or something. They can take all their customers that purchase their licenses with them. Okay, so it says with Action Cable, there are 2 practical layers to achieve this timeout. HK call socket close after 1 hour. Server side, Action Cable connections expose, close, reset, reconnect. So we can have the server close, long-lived cable connections. That's the stronger resource safety layer. Okay, so we finally hit our context right when it was starting to do something. So we'll see if it's able to pick back up properly and continue on with what we wanted to do, or if it's just going to lose too much and go off the rails. We'll see. Here we go. Let's see what happens. So it's trying to figure out what to do. The thing that it last I told it to do, or the review blockers that also came back. So the review came back and apparently it found that it needed to do channel authorization. I'm going to reload everything, and I hope this reloads our skills as it says it's going to, because I updated that skill, so let's see what happens. I don't even know if that reload actually worked. It just gave me a warning instead. Go through this. Identified by a current user, entry user. I added this ability to like impersonate someone in case I'm ever in like a support situation and someone's like, well, I'm not seeing that on my screen. I can easily go in as an admin and impersonate the user and see what they're seeing from their perspective. And it's like properly logged and everything when all that happens so that I know. But this should have been handled automatically. They shouldn't have to worry about doing that. I think the agent just kind of like went a little overboard on its review stuff here. Because the way I wrote that up, it shouldn't need to do any of this. I'll probably come back and fix that. I mean, it'll work. What it's doing is fine. But I've already done what it's trying to do at like a higher level, like at a different layer that wraps all the other layers. So it probably doesn't realize that's what's happening. It's for some reason the AI has trouble understanding the way concerns are applied, which are like mixins, and it can't sometimes understand the effect when we have like multiple mixins going, what the final result of all of those mixins being added into something is. What it's doing is basically just redoing what I did. So I'll probably just go back and remove it. You know what would be really cool? I just realized. What if I wired up all of my tools, like the um, MCP Playwright tool? I could wire that up with like a notification to OBS, so it automatically switches these things on the stream. Because like the AI is doing a bunch of things, and we want to watch the AI doing the things, but like when it does it in like the app or the browser, we really want it to like go watch those things. So I could put a hook on the tool, it would automatically switch the scene in OBS. I might do that later. That's like a off-stream hack project that we'll see. I think it's being a little overly cautious with all these reviewers. But it did catch that authentication thing, but it wasn't really a thing. That's the other problem. The reviewers find stuff, and then I don't think the agent is spending enough time validating the reviewers' findings. I'm hoping that with the wording that we just added to the skill, it will start doing that better. Okay, after we finish this, what's the next thing we gotta do? Alright, so fix that. Great job. Next thing we were working on. Oh no. Alright, so the next thing we gotta do is get. We want to have. So we're currently working on this export all the data one. Oh, I wanted to do this real quick. This should be super easy, so we'll have it do that. There's already a config entered in the demo app, or like if a config is loaded up with an environment variable. So I added all these. I told the agent to add environment variables so that it can do things like load a config file, and it just makes it easier so the agent doesn't have to like use the computer use and like go and paste it into the field in the demo app. It can just pass the file in as an environment variable when it starts up the app, and it'll use that config. Y'all go download the demo app and use it when I launch this. You'll see what I mean. But I want it to basically like display that config if it's loaded it like that already. If it's got an active config, we should be showing that one. Actually, let's do this. We'll have it like display the active config or like an empty state. And we're testing our Sparkle updates. As soon as that's done, we are going to do the Sparkle updates. I swear we are going to get to that today. I know I've been saying it for like 2 days now, but we are going to get to it today. No more side quests. Let's go. Doing another reviewer. I mean, it's finding valid things, so I'm just gonna let it go. But I wish it would just like do these things on its own without having to have them. All right. While that's going, maybe we should take a look at the documentation for Sparkle so that we know what it is that we need to do. Let's bring this up here. So that you guys can see. All right, so this is the Sparkle documentation. We went over this a few days ago, but we're gonna have to get this, make test it and make sure that it's in the application properly. I tried clicking on the update button that we have in our demo app earlier, and it didn't work. So we're gonna have to track down what still needs to be implemented with all of that. And if we look, I'm guessing it's gonna be something to do with the fact that we have not yet added this appcast XML. Pretty sure it's not in there yet. Even if it is, it might not be pointing to our local development environment. So, yeah. It might also just be that we don't have this thing properly like being notarized yet, and maybe it has to be notarized to test. I don't know. We're gonna find out. So this is the library that we use to do updates. I'm really hoping it doesn't do this thing where it's like an update and then you have to like drag it over every time. Like that should be the initial install. I don't want people to have to do that. I really want to get it so that if they do the update, it automatically will, like if it's a new update, okay, install it, automatically installs, restarts the application for them kind of thing. Or maybe they're prompted to restart. I don't know. You can sandbox an application. Oh, I see. Okay, so like you could sandbox the application, but if you want Sparkle to work in that environment, you have to do some extra things. I think we're going to do that. Especially not for a demo app. All right, let's go check out what's going on with Legion. So it added a 1 hour browser side TTL. It added a server side action cable. It's scoped to the exports cable, not every feature action. Just want to be double sure of this. So I'm wondering if we even need the browser side, if we're going to just do it server side anyway. Also, does the server side allow them to refresh the page and reconnect? Or is this reconnect false thing going to prevent that? Pretty sure it's not. The reconnect, I'm guessing, is like if the users, like we disconnect them or something, and then we're like, hey, you should like reconnect for some other reason. I don't know. Trust and force the server side TTL, the browser side timeout is optional and mostly redundant. Why did you implement it? Okay, I want you to update the spec for this. By the way, if you didn't create a spec for this, you should. And you should also make sure the spec includes like the license data export stuff. And once you've updated the spec, make sure you create a goal for this because it seems like you've already completed the goal that we had before. And I want you to remove the browser side disconnect. We'll just rely on the server side one and then update the tests and run the tests and make sure they're passing. And that should all be part of the goal. Oh, all right, let's let that go. Actually, now I'm wondering though. I'll have to keep this in mind for the future because, like, if I wanted to use Action Cable on like a different page and I did want it to stay connected, then depending on how this is configured, it could force connections closed that we don't want closed. So I don't know. I don't know yet. I really don't know yet what we're going to do about that. We'll figure it out. For the export job, I think we should add something to the controller that limits it so that an organization can't create more than one export every 30 minutes. If they try to create an export and they just created one less than 30 minutes ago, then we should just show them an error saying that you can only create one every 30 minutes. So the reason I'm doing that is so that like someone couldn't spam the export button over the course of an hour and fill up our server's disk. Since we're not charging for data at this point. The cleanup job runs every hour. And so since the cleanup job is going to delete the old backups or the old exports, if we limit it so that they can only create 2 every hour and the max they can ever have is 2, then when the hourly job runs to do the cleanup, then they're not going to have like a whole bunch of extra exports from spamming the button or something just sitting around. We should probably also check because I'm pretty sure an active job, it's either active job or maybe solid queue. I'm not sure. But there's some functionality that has like the ability to limit a certain type of job running within the context of an organization. So like we basically don't want any organization to be running more than one export job concurrently at the same time. ServMeta, what's up? What's going on? How you doing today? Nice. What are you vibe coding today? I also want you to, let's see, create a new goal to do this. And the goal should include writing tests and validating. The test should have to pass. Before you work on this new thing and create the new goal, I want you to create a git commit, push everything, all the changes that we made so far up. ServMeta is building an entity extraction automated workflow on my company's work emails. That's pretty cool. Entity extraction. Nice. So like other people, nouns. Sends an email with order info. We extract the information. That's pretty sick. The ability to like act on emails in an automated fashion with agents nowadays is so awesome. I think when OpenClaw came out, that was like one of the first things I did was wired up my emails to it so I could like automatically process things in them. It's so powerful. It's so cool. Nowadays, you don't probably need to like OpenClaw or oh my gosh, I'm completely thinking on the name of the other one that everyone's using nowadays. But yeah, probably don't need that just to do that kind of stuff. But Twitter ID references, nice. It's it's so nice like when AI can process the emails now though, right? Because it's like you don't have to use structured data. Like before, if you were writing this, I think you said in Python, you probably had to like parse the email. And if some marketing person decided to change how they were emitting the emails, well, then you have to go back and change your parser again. But now with AI, like you just be like, grab the order ID out of the email. Uh-oh, we hit our codex limit. Oh man. That's it. We're gonna have to reset, yo. Let's hit the reset button. I love the codex bar app. It's so cool because as soon as your codex limits reset, like there's like the party confetti that goes everywhere on your screen. So I hit the button. Um, Now we have to see if it's reset. Oh, I got the party confetti. I don't know if you guys can see it, probably not, but we go. So let's tell it to continue. We're back to 100% of our weekly allowance. Let's see how fast we burn through this. Use Clog, Fable, Opus. Nice. All right, y'all, give me 1 second here. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, let's see. I'm back. Where do we leave off? Wow. Full one-shot release of Fable. I'm kind of wishing I had tried it before, before it expires on the plan this week. Crossing my fingers and just hoping that the new GPT model will be just as good, but we'll see. I feel like I've got a pretty decent workflow going where if I set these goals right and I do the things right, it will crank stuff out. It doesn't one-shot it, obviously, because we've been working on this pretty simple product for like 3-4 days now. Yeah, GPT 5.5 seems to be doing a pretty good job at the moment. Other than I'm burning through it. Yeah, that's what I hear is a lot of people are using Fable for like product manager, maintainer, and then they hand off maybe the implementation to something like GPT. Nice. All right. What have we got? Yeah, GPT does kind of feel sometimes like it does things. Uh, like the other day, I'm using it and I'm telling it commit all the changes because it had been making changes for hours and didn't create a single commit. And I was like, and it was a big refactor, right? So there was a lot of stuff still left to do. And I told it to create a commit and commit all the changes so we wouldn't lose them. And it just kept refusing because it's like, oh, well, our CI tests aren't passing yet. I can't create a commit unless everything's passing. And I'm like sitting here being like, just do it. And it was refusing. So I literally just went to another tab and committed everything and told it that I committed it. But yeah, I have like, it's just kind of weird that it does that. I suppose if I talked it through and had been like, you've made a lot of changes, you should probably commit them before something happens and you break the code or lose something. And if I had like reasoned about it with it, maybe it would have done it instead of me just like instructing it, like create a git commit. But I'm sure there's something in my agents at .md that is saying like, oh, well, the main branch should always be buildable or tests should be passing on there or something like that. It was probably using that. But I do feel like as the person prompting it, it should listen to my instructions and like I should be able to override previous instructions, but didn't really want to do that. So I've noticed that GLM 5.2 will sometimes be like that too. Like it will go out of its way to research everything under the sun before answering. And you can see in its thinking traces, it's like, well, the human told me to do this, but I don't know if that's really what I should do. Let me go back a step and review this thing. Sometimes it finally gets to the conclusion, but yeah, I don't think out of the box it should override me. I probably have some instructions in there somewhere for that. All right, so let's see, what did I tell it to do? I completely forgot. Okay, so I said an organization at most can request a data export every 30 minutes. So it updated the spec with that. And then it's been going through, it probably added that to the controller. So there's a check in that for that now. And then I also told it to make sure that, you know, an organization can't have more than one of these jobs running at any given time. So it went through and used the, I believe this is from active job. Oh no, it's from SolidQ. So it limits the concurrency so that only one of these jobs can be queued up at a given time for license data export ID. What is that? So it passes it in. License data export, find by ID, license data export. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay. So we have this license data export row that gets created for the thing that it needs to do. And that row has a reference back to the organization that created it. So what it's doing is it's grabbing that row, storing it, and then it's grabbing the organization that requested that thing. And it's just simply prefixing it with an organization so that we can see that that's the namespace. Well, and then I didn't didn't mean to scroll down. So basically what it's going to do now is it's going to use this key for this job. So only one of these can ever be running for this job. This data export job. And these are things that we probably don't need to do. Like if someone were to come along and smash the export button a lot, we'd probably notice some alarms would go off or disk would start filling up faster or something. And then I'd have to like come in here and fix it. But I just want to design the controls from day one so I can build this, ship it, and not have to worry about it. Really, turn off web search. I actually love using web search because I feel like when it goes out and it does a web search, it grabs additional context and pulls it into the model of stuff that maybe like I didn't tell it that it should have known. And it like helps zone in a little bit. I plan to use API of this platform. I use expert queuing. Have everything like that. Create a job list of queues for the user. Yeah. So basically, we're using solid queue and active job in Ruby on Rails, and that queues up a job that runs in another process, and it'll get run in that process. The jobs are kind of like globally. There's no like lane per user or anything like that. We really didn't need this feature. This is just something I wanted in here so that if a company or like a developer, a macOS app developer wanted to export all of their customers, all the people that have purchased their software, and have a backup of it, or just stop using our platform and use a different one, they would easily have all of that at their fingertips. I don't want to get in the business of like keeping people's data and then making them pay me for like a monthly subscription so they can continue having access to their own data. Like if they want to take their data with them and go somewhere else, I want to make that super easy for them to do that. Interesting. Yeah. And early on, I feel like the AI models were not great at knowing which type of casing, like camel case, snake case, name case, they should use. Um, but they seem to have gotten a lot better with that, in my opinion. Well, I think there's like a disalignment of incentives. Uh-oh. Hold up. Get in trouble here. That's not what should be. All right. How did that happen? Yeah, I think it creates there's like a missing alignment. So when you have a SaaS product and you're charging monthly for the SaaS product, it's like you want to create this walled garden because you don't want users to be able to take their data with them and go somewhere else. Like then you lose that monthly income that you're getting, right? Um, but I think there's ways that you can model your business to where you get paid and then you don't have to charge someone monthly. And if you're not charging them monthly, then there's really no incentive for you to keep all of their data. Like you kind of actually want them to pay you, take their data and go somewhere else. Like you've already gotten your money, you know? If I'm storing someone's data for a long time and they've already paid me and they're never going to pay me again, then I'm just storing their data basically for free at that point. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I mean, I do want them to continue selling their product through, my platform, because that's the only way we keep getting paid. So, yeah, I guess it just kind of depends how you look at it, right? That's a really good point. I didn't think about it like that. Right, where are we at with this? So, just to rehash, we're having it go through and make it right now. I think it's working on the stuff to ensure that only one of these jobs is ever running at a given time for an organization. So we don't want someone to accidentally like hit that button a whole bunch of times, spawn a bunch of export jobs, and then it's just exporting the same data over and over. Like, let one finish before they can do another one, kind of thing. And then it wrote the test to ensure that that is actually the case. It's really important with the AI, right, to have it exercise its own code, because otherwise it just like spits something out that is the most likely predicting the next tokens, and it gets to the end and it goes, oh, I'm done. But if you tell it, hey, you got to actually like go run your code and see if it works, then it's like doing that feedback loop, and it might see the things that it did wrong, and the code might not work, so it has to go back and fix it. So now it ran the test, it did that. We are in a good place. All right. Did it create a Git commit? It added all the files, committed them, and it pushed them out. Great. So I'm going to have to tell it to do that. All right, let's move on. So let's say our to-do list here. What did we have? Features, so users can put their data. That is done. It's done. It's done. And if you look at our nice little UI, it's still running. It is running. Okay, let's bring it up so you guys can see it. So here's our UI. Users can go in here now. Just like smush this down so you see this better. They can come in here. They can request a data export. I should be able to. Oh. My system's on dark mode, so it auto actually switched over. They should be able to like request an export, and when they do that, let's see, we requested one hour ago, maybe. Less than an hour. It should work. Let's see. Oh, look at that. It instantly requested the export. The job ran in a separate process, did the export, wrote the data, emitted to the WebSocket channel that it was done. So the web page that is listening on that WebSocket channel refreshed, showed us. Let's see if the download works. Awesome, the download works. Let's see what's inside of it. It has activations, licensed customers, lifecycle event. Oh, it's exporting it all as JSON. That's probably not what we want. I can imagine someone sells like 1 million licenses and now they have one giant JSON blob with 1 million things in it. That's gonna be really annoying for them to parse that. I think we should do a CSV or something. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we do a CSV or just leave this as JSON? Yeah, I don't think they're gonna want JSON either. Yeah, we should definitely do it. CSV. We also don't need to export the members. We should see what's in this thing. What do you think? Let's go take a look. Start with the README. And I should probably show that on this one. That's a good point. We could do like new line JSON. I just think like a single massive JSON blob can like, let's say like there's 100 million rows that we just exported. That means when they parse that one blob, they have to keep it all in memory. And it could like, if you're on a machine with a little bit of memory, it could kill your memory. Let's see. At least if it's new line JSON, they can stream it in. So metadata manifest is the export format. Let's start. I don't think we want. We have organization. We definitely don't need numbers. I don't think that needs to be in here. I'm guessing it's in here because inside of the we have license data. I'm guessing that inside of they have that. That doesn't make sense. All right, we'll revisit that in a second. So right, that seems fine. Let's go to cycle events. There's literally not anything yet. Customers. Okay, so I think this is like one of the most important pieces is that they should be able to get all of their customers. So here's the emails. I don't know why we haven't normalized it. Provider customer reference. Okay, so the provider, we have the ability in our foundation engine, the way I built it is we actually can use Stripe, Paddle, Braintree, like whatever we want as our payment gateway. And so instead of just saying like Stripe customer reference here, what it's saying is like, this is the provider one. We're just gonna use Stripe Connect for this, so I'm not super worried about that. But ideally, we'd probably also specify the provider in here that payment is under. And then the license activations. Okay. So remember we record serial number and like this digest of that. And we have like a fingerprint that happens as part of like generating the certificate that's activated uniquely to a machine. I think this is all pretty good. I don't think we need to export nonce. Okay, so let's like just go back to the engineer real quick and say, I really don't think that we need to export the organization memberships So remove that as part of the export. I also think there's some stuff that is more just like internal details of our platform and how we implemented it that don't need to be exposed or exported. Basically, we want to do this export so that sellers have the information of like what customers have purchased their product and, you know, maybe the activations. But if you look inside of, say, license activations, we're exposing internal platform concepts like last nonce, and I don't think that we need to export that sort of stuff. Also, if we're like doing things like normalizing emails or whatever, we don't need to expose all that. We just print, give up, just export only the one that like the uh, seller of the macOS app would really need in case they needed this data to like reconstruct and figure out what customers had purchased licenses from them. Because ultimately, this whole export thing is not about like exposing everything that we're storing in our platform. It's more about just giving sellers the information they need so that they know who's purchased licenses and maybe what machines that, you know, those licenses have been activated on. All right, so let's have it do that first, and then I will have it switch over to exporting to CSV. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I could easily have it do new line JSON too, but I think that's overkill. I think it's overkill right now. In fact, I'm pretty sure the AI is really good at data munging data that's in a CSV. I want you to create a goal to do this, these updates. I also want you to make sure the goal includes updating any relevant specs and any relevant tests and running the tests and validating that they pass. I always forget to tell it to create the goal. I think if I get really ambitious, maybe I will do it so they can export whatever format they want. But right now, we're spending a lot of time on a feature that we really didn't need even in the first place. So it's not the MVP of getting a licensed server up and running. This is like a get it up and running and then day 2 or 3 add these kind of features. But I want to get it done and move on. Let's get it going. I really want to like get the Sparkle updates working in the macOS app, the demo app, so that we can prove that we can easily update macOS apps, because I want people who are building apps to be able to easily make changes to their apps, cut a release, and have the release flow into this platform. And then any apps, when they spin up, will automatically see that there's a new update and get the update. Absolutely. Serve Meta, you're so right. Getting to a usable state is the longest path. It's like there's this long tail at the end of building things. The other reason I think I want to use CSV instead of JSON is because I don't want all this data loaded up in memory on my server just to dump a single JSON. I think the proper way is to stream the records out of our database and stream them into a CSV file or a new line JSON file. I don't want to balloon the memory on the server just because we're doing an export. Nice. Like about 6 Sigma. That's impressive. Yeah, I think the people that are most equipped to orchestrate like lots of agents running and doing things are people that have done like project management. Because you're basically doing that, but for like humans that were going out and building things. Okay, so once you finish with that reviewer, I think what we should do is change the format that it gets exported to be CSV instead of JSON, because I'm worried that what could happen is someone might have, say, like 10 million licenses that have been purchased, and that would mean that we have to load 10 million rows into memory all at once, and then write that into a single JSON object, and that would balloon out the memory on the server. So ideally what we would do is properly query that and use the cursor of the query to write to a CSV file in chunks, by by properly using streaming to stream the records into CSV instead of doing one massive load, one massive extract load and transform into CSV all at once. Um, we want to properly use streaming mechanisms so that we don't balloon out the memory on the server as we're doing these exports. And that's going to be really important if a product has, for example, sold like 100 million licenses, then that would mean, we're not loading 100 million rows all at once into memory. Okay, looks like the subagent came back. Okay, so I'm going to give it this information now. It doesn't look like the subagent really came up with anything. Thanks. Yeah, I used to work on a really large data platform, so I've learned a few things about doing ETLs. I always find it really interesting that the Apple model, like the speech to text model, instead of using the words 1 million, will print out the exact like number that you speak to it. Paper Lappin Pap, what's going on? How you doing today? Oh yeah, I completely agree, right? Like if you don't have any understanding of back-end data logic or anything like that, you're gonna produce slop. I mean, I still produce slop and I do understand these things. So trick is to knowing how to recognize it real easily. So we are currently coding a license server so that people can sell macOS apps outside of the Apple Store. They'll bring their own Stripe account. They will basically just easily set up the product and connect their Stripe account, set how much they want to be able to sell their app for. Someone can come, it will automatically create a landing page for their app for them. Someone can come in and purchase that app from the landing page through Stripe. Once the payment goes through on Stripe, it will automatically send that customer that just purchased the license in an email with an activation code, which they can then use in their macOS app to activate the advanced premium features or whatever the developer wants to gate behind the license. To do this, I am currently using Ghosty. This is Ghosty, but I'm actually running Tmux inside of Ghosty, which I know is like a no-no, because now I have one terminal emulator running inside another terminal emulator. But I have been using Tmux for something like 15 to 20 years. I don't even know now, and I know all my keybinds, and it just makes it super easy for me to have things like tabs and whatnot. And I like to be able to, so that I'm actually connected to a remote machine. So I like knowing that I can close my laptop lid, reopen it, disconnect, just re-SSH into my remote machine, and everything like just kept running inside of Tmux, which is super sweet. Currently, this agent that I'm using, the agent harness is Pi, and I just have a few extensions that I've added, like the Pi sub process. Um, there's also the codex goal extension that I'm running in here. So if you look here, just probably move the window up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So in here I have the codex goal, which will like keep the agent on track, and it tells me like my usage, which we just reset for the week. So we are good to go there. I like how it tells me my context window. It tells me like the speed at the wheel. If you're a car guy, you know what that means, that we're getting in tokens per second, not just whatever, OpenAI decides to report. that their tokens per second is. We're actually measuring it in pi. Which CLI? It's like Fiverr? I don't think so. Oh, yeah. So like the license app server we're selling is at like Fiverr. Uh, I don't know. Can people sell software on Fiverr? I've never even considered trying that, using it for that. It's kind of like you can think of it like an app store, really, right? Except I don't want to have an app store. I don't want to like list all the apps. There's a landing page for just your one app or whatever apps, and that app gets a landing page, and that's it. I think there's some out there. There's definitely a lot of these things out there. There's like Paddle. I think Stripe even has their own that they bought, maybe like Lemon Squeezy. Um, I'm not building this because it doesn't exist. There's no moat. There's absolutely no reason for you to use this product over the ones that already exist and have been battle tested and probably SOC 2 Type 2 compliant. But I want to build my macOS apps, and I just want to own my stack from the ground up so that I can add things as I go that I want. I thought this was going to take me like maybe 2 days. I think we're in day 4 now. So hopefully we finish it today. And then I'm going to put it up and I'm going to use it. If anyone else decides they want to use it, awesome. But I'm going to be using it for the macOS app that I'm going to be selling. I just didn't want to put my macOS app in the App Store. I don't want to deal with the App Store. That's really all it was. Yeah, I don't mind paying for software. Like if you're a startup, I spend an insane amount of money on software. I'm not saying I'm a startup. This is a one-man solopreneur operation. By the way, I'm streaming live from inside of a van. This show is completely on the road. We are off grid. This stream is coming to you over a Starlink Mini. This entire thing is being powered by solar. So if it looks like I'm sitting in my kitchen, it's because I am. The kitchen is right behind me because this is a van and it's not that large. Tiny home on wheels. So anyway, I think like, in the chat, the conversation's kind of going around, well, yeah, maybe I should just build my own things instead of paying subscriptions for them. I'm kind of torn on this in two places. Like my career's been spent in startups. I really think people should focus on what their core competency of their business is and pay for everything else. That's the startup model. Like go raise a bunch of money and burn the money, acquiring customers and finding product market fit. But I'm not a startup. I haven't raised money. I'm literally just building this business right now while living in a van in the middle of the woods. So yeah, I have some time to build the foundational layers of the things that I want for my business. And I know that in order to have a business, you got to make money. In order to make money, you got to have a platform to sell your app on. So that's what I'm building right now. That's maybe not the best idea. Maybe I should have used one of the ones that exist out there, but I figured 3-4 days of my time is worth just building it myself at this point. Yeah, I think my expenses for software per year are absolutely astronomical and insane. But I have no problem paying for good software. As a developer, I know the amount of work that goes into it. I know the amount of like hours you painstakingly spend improving on something. I have no problem paying for software. You guys can't see it, but my taskbar, I have this like problem where on my laptop I can't see the 40 different items in my taskbar of softwares that I'm paying for. Um, I've tried Bartender, like I even paid for the Bartender app, which is supposed to create like submenus for all the items in your menu bar, but it doesn't really work very well, so I just turn it off. It makes like everything glitch out for some reason. But I'm still paying yearly for that thing. I think I'm paying yearly. I paid for it again this year, so I don't know. Maybe it's just an update they did. Um, I'm still paying for GitHub despite the fact that I use ForgeJo. I decided back in December to try running my own Git server because OpenClaw got really popular and I was in there working on it. It's like there was maybe only, I don't know, like 30 or 40 people in the Discord at this point. Peter was actually like implementing it. He was actually working on OpenClaw inside of the Discord, like it was modifying itself. Um, and that's like where he would work on it, was just like through the chat in Discord in the general channel. And so I started like I tried to create some new accounts so that like my OpenClaw instances that which had each their own machines could like write code and commit it and everything to my GitHub repos. And GitHub like flagged it and they were like, oh no, you have to be a human to have an account and everything. So I said, well, that's kind of silly. I'll just go find something else and run it. I mean, Git, to run your own Git server is nothing. Git itself is got everything in it that it needs to be a server. If you clone down a project, that is your Git server. If you want to remote access that thing, all you have to do is open up SSH access to it. As long as you have Git and SSH on your machine, you have a Git server. And you don't get all the fancy like tooling, UI stuff. But honestly, I rarely open that stuff up anymore. But ForgeJo is pretty cool. So I cloned that, and then anytime I need some new feature, I just tell my AI to add it, and it's like I instantly get the new feature that I want. The GitHub like refused to implement, which has kind of led me down this path of like implementing things myself, so that when I want a feature, I can just go implement it. And it's getting easier and easier to do that with AI. Yeah, Sir Matey couldn't be more right, you know? Like when you buy the package solution, you're paying for the thing that works for the most amount of people so that they can sell it to the most amount of people. But if you build it yourself, like it works the best just for you. But you are spending your time building it. I mean, I've now spent day 7, so like 4 or 5 days building this thing where I could have been building the macOS app that I ultimately want to build. I'm not really doing much of anything about documentation right now. So the macOS app that I'm building, I've had running for 2 or 3 weeks now. I think I said earlier how many tokens I've burned on it, but I don't even remember at this point. It's been running GLM 5.2 for maybe 3 weeks, and we'll check again. Yeah, it's used 28 billion tokens, and I have not seen what it looks like yet, so it's going to be pretty interesting to spin that up for the first time. But I have two agents running with that. One is managing the roadmap and watching the direction of the other one, and it's basically doing documentation, managing the roadmap, writing specs. The other one's doing the implementation. It picks up one item off the roadmap and starts implementing it. And I've set a goal for both of them to do that workflow, and they've just been going nonstop. I think like a day or two ago, I had to direct it a little bit, but it's still going. So almost 30 billion tokens into that one. All right, let's check back into this. This thing's just in some like reviewer loop. So it's properly using an output stream to stream zip. So if you didn't know that, you can actually stream into a zip file. That's pretty cool. All right, guys, I'll be back in just a moment. So we're back. I live and travel in this van with my girlfriend, so if she wants to get by me sitting in the middle of the van, don't want her to have to be on camera, so I abruptly leave. That's why. All right, so let's get back to what we were discussing here. So now it's properly like writing out a zip file. It's streaming the bytes into the zip file. You can actually like pipe that zip file into like a gzip stream that would even compress it further, possibly. Like if you were to create a tarball instead of a zip and then stream the tarball into the gzip stream. The one question I have is it properly loading the records using a cursor. So instead of loading all of the records all at once into memory, is it properly iterating over chunks of them at a time? That's what we need to find. So we have a row. Each record. Where does it load it? Ah, it's using find each batches. Perfect. So in Rails, an active record find each will actually do a batch of reads at a time. And you can even specify the batch size. So if I bring this down here so you can see it, it's going to basically allow us to only load so many records out of the database at a given time, so we don't balloon the memory out. There's one edge case I just thought of again in here, and hopefully it won't take too long to fix. Okay, so I think there's one more thing that we should address, and that is that we only have so much memory on this server. And so we don't ever want to be running more than one export job across all the organizations at any given time. So we need like a concurrency limiter or something so that only one export job is ever running at a given time, and the remaining ones will just stay in the queue until that one is finished, and then the next one will get processed after that. So we added a limiter so that a given organization can only queue up one job and run per organization at a time. But I think we need to make that better so that across the entire platform, only one export job is ever running at a given time. These export jobs are insanely fast. Like when we demoed it earlier on the stream, you saw I clicked the button and like the export just produced almost instantly. So it's not that big of a problem. But when you take into consideration everything else the platform's doing and all the other data that might be loaded at the same time, it could cause memory to explode if we're loading lots and lots of data across lots of different jobs at the same time. Which isn't the end of the world because this worker process runs in a separate process from our web application. So the worst thing that's going to happen is the machine memory would start to explode. Maybe we have some sort of like home killer that kills the process that ballooned its memory, and the web process is able to continue. Or a ton of stuff will get paged to disk, which would not be so great in the web environment. So this is just like a way for us to help manage that. So it looked like what it did was it just removed, because it doesn't make sense to have both a limiter for a specific organization and a limiter for the entire server if we're just going to set the entire server to 1 anyway. So it just changed that, which is fine. Ooh. All right, so after we get this, let's see what's next on our to-do list. Config thing. Okay, so let's go take a look at our app and you'll see what I mean. Let's pull up the demo app here. So, oh, I must have moved the screen. All right, so here's our demo app. You'll be able to download this from the website. So if I pull up the website here, we go to the products page. See all the products. Here's like our demo product. There's some simple instructions you can paste into your AI agent, so it'll integrate the library into your macOS app. It allows us to sell the app and register the license that the user gets, as well as probably adding in the integration with Sparkle. We'll figure that out. And then we added the ability to generate like a demo key down here so that as a developer, like you can quickly test to make sure that your app is working. So let's go back to the app real quick. We'll paste in the configuration. It'll load up. We already did this whole thing, so now license features are enabled for our demo app. This is where like the macOS app developer would gate, certain features depending on what license you purchased. and it shows the status in the demo app. It shows the tiers. So we have a 3-tier system. On when you register the license, it registers to a specific machine, and each tier is basically more guaranteeing. I wouldn't say guaranteeing. It's more secure in terms of determining that that machine that the license is currently attached to is the correct machine. Because things like serial numbers can be spoofed. But as you go down, depending on what you have configured in your product page on how you want, like what level tier you require, it might use the secure enclave for the highest tier on the machine to determine if that machine is actually the machine that it's saying it is. And then we added this debug and some information about how the signing in secure enclave works, where if you're a developer, you have to actually sign the application, this demo application, to get the secure enclave working. So as you can see right now, the client configuration box is empty, but it really isn't, because we've already put that configuration in there, and we've already loaded it, and we've already attached a license. So what I want the demo app to do is basically show the active configuration, which is what this prompt is over here that I have added to the to-do. Okay, so it looks like our agent finished with the old thing that we've been working on. Okay, so I want you to create a git commit if you haven't already and push all this up. It looks like maybe you already did create the git commit. But if you didn't, create it and push it all up. And then I want you to merge all of this into main by creating a pull request. Then you should watch the actions on the pull request, make sure they all pass, and then if they do, you can merge it into main. If not, you need to fix the issues. Then once it's all merged into main, make sure you fetch from origin again so that the local main branch is up to date. Let's grab that. I just want to do this because I added this skill. So let's reload just to see if we can actually reload this time. Right, so now that's in there. Hopefully it'll work. So here's our prompt for that. So it's going to continue working on that. All right, so while that's going, I think we should go back and just test out the export. Except it killed the server. All right, we'll come back and test the export afterwards. Probably should have done this before telling it to merge into main. Actually, while you're waiting for the actions to complete on the Forge Joe PR, can you start the development server again so that I can play around with it? All right, so we'll have it do that. If you're tuning in, we're building a license server. I need to think about a better way to pitch this. If you want to sell macOS apps and you don't want to go through the App Store, this is how you can do it and push out releases so that the app gets updates. Cool. That's what we're working on now. If you haven't already, go to Zayden Wright on YouTube, like and subscribe. If you are following us on X and Twitch, go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to get this thing deployed today. We're going to get it deployed today. Let's get it deployed today, all right? It's been too many days. I want to change the title of the next video, and the only way I can do that is if we get this done today. But go smash that subscribe button on YouTube and find the link on my X profile if you're coming from X, because that will show me that you guys are following along and you want to continue to see this content, so that I'm not just coding by myself in a van in the middle of the woods. I'm doing this with you guys live. Your input is important. We're going to build this stuff together. Oh, so here's the new tool that I talked about. So yesterday I built this tool that blocks the agent from like doing other things, because it was like burning tokens, just constantly pulling to see if the actions were done yet. So now this tool that I created a Pi extension for goes and pulls for the agent automatically. And then as soon as all of the actions are done, or if one of them fails, it returns, and the agent can continue from there. The agent like sometimes got it right and it would like go to sleep and not pull. But then if it goes to sleep and we have a goal active, the problem is the goal will like kick the agent and be like, oh, you got to continue working. And then it will just keep pulling it anyway. So the best way to solve that, in my opinion, was to do this tool. And it's working right now. So I'm super pumped because it's the first time we've used it. All right. As soon as this comes back and it's done, we're gonna do the export. So let's get that ready to go. So this is gonna finish. Didn't I already prompt it to start the dev server? I did. So maybe it started it. Hey, we can do it now. All right, so let's go try it out. So on the product page, so basically if you're someone coming in here just now, you'll be able to come in here, you'll be able to like add your app icon or whatever you want. You'll be able to say your headline, subheadline, all the stuff for your app's landing page. You can set the things like what tier, the machine licenses, so like how many machines that one license that someone purchases can be registered to like any given number of machines. We even have the ability for air-gapped machines to renew licenses if they need to. You can set how long a license is valid for. You know, if you're someone who wants your licenses to like be renewed, like think of a OAuth JOT token that renews, so that you can ensure that that license isn't like leaking on the internet or something and lots of people are just using the same one. You can even set the level of verification, so serial being the lowest. I should probably put like high, medium, low in here. Let's do it. Anywhere we are setting like the device binding policy and we're saying things like serial or device bound or um, secure enclave, like we should probably specify, just prefix those with like high, medium, and low so people quickly understand the level of those. Okay, so then getting back to what I was talking about with you guys here, you can set the device binding policy and all that, but let's go check out like this one here. If we click on this purchase page, you'll see that you get this pretty sweet landing page. I'm probably gonna change this up, make it a little better. But you know, it has all the information, and you can click purchase to go purchase that thing. Once someone, like, this is where they someone who's coming to buy your macOS app, this is the page you would give them. Once they purchase through Stripe, you'll get paid. It will automatically trigger an email from our platform and send the user a license key, which they can use to register their software, their macOS app that you're selling to them. Okay, so now what we were working on before was these exports so that anyone who sells through this platform can easily get their data off of the platform. I don't want to gate it. So let's try this out. Let's see if, let's request a new export here. Okay, it's going to email me when it's ready, but it also just generated it right here. So let's download the zip file. We'll open it up. Yeah, we'll just do that. And we're going to go in here and we're going to open this up. This is the old version. We don't want the old version. We want the new version. So let's like review what it's exporting now. And I just totally realized you guys cannot see what I'm doing. There we go. All right, so it exports a manifest, organization, identity for this export, the licensed products, customers, and the licenses and the activations. So basically it's saying we don't actually ever store license keys. So after we issue a license key, we don't store it in the platform. We hash it in case the database is leaked or something. I don't think it's that important, honestly, to even hash it. Like, this is just a random thing we generated. It's not some public secret. Something that we need to keep secret. But it's fine, whatever. Device-bound activations include the device binding terms. All right. This is the thing that I like really hate about these models. You instruct it to do something and it just writes it out. Like, okay, so I think we need to, let's see, create a new workspace or a new get work tree and branch to start working off of now, because we're going to do some more changes. And I want you to initialize that get work tree. All right, so don't want it to do this. So let's add it to do. Let's say me export you should not put this. Because once again, you're exposing internal details of our platform to the export, which are not necessary. I understand why you put this in here. It's because you love to write historical things out to the code and places, but you do not need to include the history or why we are doing things, especially things that are going to be user facing. You just need to do the things I tell you. That's a little harsh to the AI. Maybe I shouldn't say that. You don't need to expose any, like this export is going out to users. Therefore, you should not put anything in the export that exposes internal details of the platform. This thing that I just quoted contains internal details of the platform. Remove the entire line of the thing I quoted. Okay, now, so let's go. It's not like the end of the world if we expose these things. It's just, I think it's going to confuse people. Like they don't need certain information. Like this is information that came about with me interacting with the AI. Not like, oh, I just got all my data and I need to do something. Okay, so my mustache very itchy. Let's see. So the organization. Licenses have product ID, customer ID. It's kind of cool. I didn't even know I had this like Neovim plugin or something that's like colorizing the CSV. I wonder if they'll format it. Should we try it? Let's see what happens. Oh, no, it didn't do it. Oh, that would have been really cool though. Okay, so prefix status subscription state. Base period. I think that's all right. Okay. Let's go on to products. So this is all the stuff that they added about their product. It's perfectly fine. Wait, what? Oh, it's word wrapping. Okay. I thought that maybe the agent like added this history again to the bottom of the CSV. It's not. Inside of the licensed product CSV export, it looks like you're exporting like the placeholder images, and you don't need to do that. You should only ever export actual user uploaded images. Actually, this is a URL to an image. It's not even like an uploaded image. So we shouldn't even, I don't even think we need to export that at all. Yeah, We don't need that kind of information exported. All right, let's see what else. Customers. So this is like the really important thing. Like you need to be able to identify the people that have purchased your product in case they email you one day and they're like, I purchased your product and I need my license renewed. You need to be able to like look up their email and see if they actually purchased it. Machine ID, serial number, status activated at. That all looks right. So let's grab those notes. We looked at the data, it's fine. I'm literally just going to give it all these things because I'm tired of giving it one thing at a time. All right, so I gave it 4 things to do. Some of them related to the work we've been doing, some of them not. I also want you to make sure you put all of these items into the goal. Create a new goal for this. Ensure the goal has validation. So you're not marking the goal complete until these things are properly done and properly validated that they're done. If you need to write tests and run the tests and ensure the tests are passing, then do that as part of the goal. Once it finishes these, we are going to try and do the Sparkle update. I was hoping to do that like first thing today, but we just keep getting more stuff that we have. Oh boy. If you're just tuning in, we are building an app store, I guess. Not really an app store, let's not call it that. It is a simple place for you to sell your macOS app software. It'll include a library that does all of the things like a user being able to get a license key, entering it, registering that key to that device. You can specify how many devices a given license should be able to be attached to. If you want to just do 1, that's fine. If you want to do 3, that's great too. Personally, when I buy like a piece of macOS software, you know, I have 2 different machines. I want to be able to pay for it once and use it on those 2 machines because I'm the only one using it. I should be able to register it to 2 devices. So we added that ability. This thing gives you a landing page for your software that you're trying to sell. So you can point people at that landing page. They can go through the checkout process and they buy your software, your macOS app. They will be emailed a license key. That license key, they can then enter into the macOS app to activate the advanced paid features of your macOS app that you're developing. They can also like log back into the portal with their email. They'll get emailed the code and they'll be able to log in, deactivate any machines that they no longer have, and you know, download a new license key to activate a new machine if they need to. Thought this through. What we have been working on recently is the ability for the seller of a macOS app to come in and easily export all their data. If they ever want to leave this platform and go to a different one, they can They'll know all their customers. I mean, they could get that from their Stripe account. But we're going to add a little bit of extra things in terms of like what machines have been activated and that sort of stuff. But yeah, they can easily request an export of all their data and take it with them. So that's what we've been working on for the last few hours. Next up on our to-do list of things that we're going to be doing is we will be testing the update functionality of the demo app. So I've created a demo app. So when you create a new product, let's say you created this sample macOS app product, you can come in here and it will guide you through how to integrate the library into your macOS app, or you can just copy the nice markdown guide and give it to your AI agent to have it do it. And it will integrate the library with the functionality so that users can enter in their license key and get activated stuff. It looks like there's a lot of information, but it's actually pretty straightforward. You can generate a demo key. You can use that demo key to then go activate the advanced features. You even use the whole demo app to do this. We've gone through this flow already. So this app is now activated. We store it in the keychain. And there's even some like debug stuff in here. So if you're a developer, you can see what happens and how you should integrate it. You can even see all the source code for this demo macOS app. So you can see how it's already integrated. But the one thing we have left to do is set up the check for updates. So in most macOS apps, they will automatically check for updates. You can trigger them to check for updates so that you as a developer of your macOS app can go and push out new updates and your users can get those updates. There's a library called Sparkle that we're going to use to do that. And what we're also going to do is host the releases page. Sparkle needs to be able to hit a web server and see if there's new releases. And you have to format it in a nice appcast XML document that Sparkle consumes. So what we're going to do is we're going to integrate that directly into this product here so that when you create a new product, you can easily tag new releases or push new releases. And then people that have paid for your app can get those updates. That's where we are at. Once we have these last few things that I just gave the AI agent to implement, we will be testing the updates and making sure that the update functionality works. And once that's done, we're going to deploy this because I don't think there's much left for me to do. I've added some other to-do things. As you can see, we are going to test the Sparkle updates. So see, when I say you can see, so you can actually see. We're going to test the Sparkle updates. Just ignore the crazy verbose errors of my NeoVim config. One day I will fix this, I promise. Okay, then from there, we'll make sure that we get the appcast stuff set up so that, I don't know how I want to do this yet. I think if you're using GitHub and you tag a release, we should automatically like pull those releases in, or maybe make it so the developer has like a GitHub action that just posts to the API endpoint with a key that like sets the release. So then the appcast XML document will be automatically updated to be able to download that release. Figure that out. But these two things are like the big things that are left on the roadmap before we deploy this live to production, hopefully today. I don't know, it's taking a while. Generate some smoke tests for the shop. Nah, we already did that. Place to stage it. Validate it works in staging environment. I don't know if we can use Stripe Connect in staging. We'll have to figure that out. We'll deploy to prod, and this is new project time. we're going to actually build a macOS app and sell it. I mean, that's the whole reason we built this platform, is so that we could sell the macOS app that we ultimately want to build, which I've talked about in the previous videos. Yeah, so I think I already did this. We'll fix that up. Yeah, we'll do all that. Okay, so that's all next on the agenda for later. Well, unfortunately, the way that this workflow is right now, even though I've got workspaces going, if I were to start working on these things in parallel, it might make the stream more interesting for sure, because there would be less downtime and we might get stuff done a little faster. But I would also burn through all the codecs usage way faster, so it doesn't really matter. Always max tokens, yeah. Yes. I'm thinking about ending these streams with like, may the token grants be ever in your favor. All right. What do you guys think about the music situation? Is it like good to have music? Should we just have me as a talking head with no music? I feel like sometimes people just want to listen to their own music in the background. I don't know. What do you guys think? I do know that if you're one of these people that watches YouTube videos on like 2x speed, having the music in the background is probably super annoying. Think the music's good? Okay. Keep it on here for now. We'll try and keep it like a chill vibe. I won't be like screaming into the mic or anything. Nice, 7 PRs. Let's go. Ship that. Dude, you're shipping more than me. I haven't shipped anything in 4 days now because we've just been iterating on this one stupid thing that I could have just paid someone else for. Oh. Nice. You know what they say? Programmers are just machines that turn caffeine into code. Did a migration from SQL to Postgres. Wow, Serve Meta is cooking. Absolutely cooking. I think I want to make like a, in my new macOS app, I want to do something like a crock pot. So like while the AI is like doing something, or maybe like an oven, it's gonna be like it's cooking. And when it's done cooking, it'll come back. Like the steaming pot will come back and be like, it's done. Nice. I mean, you are using Opus and Fable, so I would totally expect you to be able to get stuff done faster. I'm cooking here at 28 tokens per second with GPT 5.5, which is actually on fast mode. So I'm paying for, it's like 2x usage for 1.5x speed or something. All right, let's see what it's doing over here, shall we? For some reason, it has the hardest time just logging in. So I just signed in for it because it's slow. I swear I have a skill for this, probably two skills for this to make this login faster and more streamlined. It doesn't want to use it, just for some reason likes to take the hard way. Who knows? But it's finally logged in. It's going through it. Is it going to test out the things that we asked it to fix? I think it's going to. I'm optimistic. It looks like it fixed a lot of them in the code. It even updated the specs. It added some tests. Maybe I got to get in the habit of giving it like 4 tasks to do all at once. Didn't it already have a reviewer do the review? Yes, maybe it did. So yeah, I'll let the reviewer go and can do its review. I think it made all the changes though, so let's go and just pull this up. Let's just verify its export is doing what we want it to do. Okay, so I exported the data. Let's see. It fixed the things that we wanted it to fix. Okay, fix that. We fixed everything. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. This is awesome. Okay, we are in a good spot. Let's go check some stuff on. Okay, let's just double check the macOS app. Check this one. Oh no, this was inside of. Let's see. Go on the products page. Okay, so it added high, medium, low. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted. Now we want make sure the macOS app should have this too. So let me just I don't know if you already made this change in the macOS app, the demo app as well. But under the device binding validation ladder, you should also have the high, medium, low thing. If you did already make this change, then kill the running macOS app and restart it. Okay. What else did we have? Okay, fix that. I checked. So this down. We fixed the export issues. Fixed the placeholder issues. Big thing we're gonna check on the app. I don't see it, so I think it did fix the app. It just hasn't restarted it yet. Damn, we got Fable 5 Max, 3 accounts. Dude, I'm jealous. So jealous right now. I always wondered, like, so if you have more than one codec subscription, I guess in Pi it would be fine, but in like the Codex app itself, would it work to switch the subscriptions around? I don't know. I actually used Claude Opus a lot, and then I tried GPT 5.5 for a while, and I just found that it just can cook a whole feature or a whole thing without me having to give it any direction. And I really haven't switched back to try in a few months. Fable is that good, I might have to. But so tonight I'm going to get this new model that came out downloaded. I already went over it on the stream earlier today. But I am very excited about this new model because I can run it locally. So Tencent came out with Pi 3. So this thing is, I'm going to download it when I'm not streaming because this is Starlink, so I am have to buy throughput, but I don't want to do it while I'm streaming. But this is a 295 billion parameter model, so it's probably about 300 gigs of RAM. 21 billion active, and it is blowing DeepSeek. It's not blowing DeepSeek Pro out of the water, but it's pretty much on par with it in some cases. And some cases it does do better. I've heard people actually have tried it and it's good. It's not just total benchmaxed. But I can't even run full DeepSeek Pro. I think it's, I forget what it is. It's definitely over 1 trillion parameters. But I can't run it even with 512 gigs of RAM. So this thing being 300 gigs of RAM, 295 billion parameters, probably about 300 gigs of RAM, should be able to run it. Like, I've been running DS4, which is like a custom macOS implementation for running DeepSeek version 4 Flash and version 4 Pro, but those are quantized down. So I have to run like the 4-bit quantized version 4 Flash. I'm suspecting that I could run this thing without quantizing it. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to see what happens. If I get this thing downloaded tonight, we might try it out tomorrow on the stream. Lucky, good evening. How are you doing this fine day? Quick read-only review that's been running for 2 minutes now. Visual observer timed out. This shouldn't have happened. I bet I know what happened. It's probably the first time I called that today and I had to load the model. Let me check. We're running Halo in OMLX on this machine. I had to guess. Model is not loaded. It is not loaded. That's why. You know what, I might just like toggle it on to pin. See what happens. If I pin this, does that mean it keeps it loaded? No, let's see what that means. Load. Okay, the model's loaded. Hopefully, loading timeout should be good for 8 hours. That's what I have it set to. Currently using 69 gigs of RAM for a 35 billion parameter model. It seems like a lot. But it's fine. Let's see which RAM we're using now. So we are currently we're only using 186 gigs of RAM. You've been in computing long enough, like I have, that would blow your mind, that sentence a decade ago. All right, let's get back to it. Look, he's Google Fitbit Air came. Nice. Read some of the Rails application guide. Good job. Honestly, if you want to learn about web development, that is a great place to start. Absolute great place to start. People put a lot of time and effort into that stuff. I once bought a Fitbit, like when it first came out, and I had it like 3 days because it's tiny and like you just kept it in your pocket, and I put my pants through the wash and it didn't work again after that. So I've kind of given up on that sort of tracking stuff. I think I'm out of coffee. Oh no. I don't want to make another pot. It's like 3:30 in the afternoon. Okay, switch to water. I'm just gonna let the model know that Hollow is working again, so it doesn't like have something in its memory that goes, oh, I can't ever use computer use now. And it's cranking, it's cranking. Let's go. Okay, so this is how I am running this. Running an OMLX. OMLX is nice because it will automatically load and unload models that I want to run. And problem is though, I have this computer use tool that I created so that it can control my entire machine. And for the visual aspects of it, it does this all locally. It will like take a screenshot, analyze the screenshot, and it does it with this Hollow model. But it takes a minute to spin up because it has to load a 68.6 gigabyte model. So I've pinned it now. Now it's running. It should be okay. Let's go check it out. See what happens. Hollow is working. Look at that. So by providing the AI with this computer use, it was able to see that the running app is an outdated version. It hasn't actually restarted it yet. And we can see that because size the app. So you can see it. When I do things like macOS apps, for some reason the AI has a hard time remembering. Like, I modified the macOS app code, I wrote some Swift code, and then it goes and like looks and it says, oh, the app's already running. it doesn't realize that it's running the old version. It doesn't get hot reloaded. It doesn't realize that it needs to shut down the currently running one, recompile it, and start it again. So what I've got in the habit of doing is like in big bold, I print out the current build timestamp and like a hash from the build. And then that way, when the like the AI agent goes and takes a screenshot of it, it goes, oh, wait a minute, that's the old version. And then it gets reminded that it needs to rebuild and restart it. Okay, so now we're at the place where this macOS app has had its state reset. There is no configuration, there's no license key yet. So what we're going to have to do is go through and re-add all that stuff. Or we just let the AI do it. Let's see. It's not going to do it. Okay, so we'll do it ourselves. Takes 2 seconds. We'll run through it. You guys can see how this works. So you are a macOS app developer and you want to sell your macOS app. You go in here, you create a new product. You now have this screen. You click this copy markdown guide and paste it into your AI agent, and it will add our library in. So it does all the stuff like license, registration, and validation. We just need to go in here now, grab the configuration for how this is going to work. We'll paste it into our demo app. If you're a developer, you'll even be able to go in here and click the download demo app, or you can just download the library. But if you download the demo app, you'll get the whole thing and you'll see how the library is actually integrated into the demo app. You even point your AI agent at it and say, like, here's an example of an app where it's integrated. Now you need to integrate it into our app. You'll grab your config and you'll bind this. So you'll pin this inside of the actual app that you build. So it can't be changed, which is a good thing because it includes a public key to verify the signed certificates, the licenses. For the sake of the demo app, we made it so we can easily paste it in here and load it, which we have now done. So we have an active config. This config, the binding policy is currently medium. It's not using secure enclave attestation, but we could easily enable that if we go back to our edit here. We can change this to high, save this. It's going to update the config, so we'll need to re-grab that config. Make sure that we put that in here. Now our device binding policy is set to high. It will require the secure enclave attestation. We have the ability to enter in a license key now. So on this page, I made it super simple so that you can generate a demo key. You'll copy that demo key. This is a real license key now on the system. You'll be able to grab that demo key and enter it in to the app. And you can see that currently features are locked. But as soon as I register this, it failed. Why did it fail? Why did it fail? Okay, well, now we just go, hey, you need to go look at the Open macOS app. I went through and added a configuration to the macOS app. I loaded the configuration, and we are trying to do this with the high secure enclave proof. And I then created a demo license key on the product page. I pasted the license key into the macOS app. I clicked register license. And as you can see now in the macOS demo app, the license actually failed to register. So you need to go figure out why that's happening and come back to me with your findings. Don't update any code yet. All right, so that's going to go do that. This is working before. I must have broke something. Do I put any Easter eggs in my code? We should. We could put a cool Easter egg in. Just it's funny. It asks SpongeBob, yeah. Which is interesting because, like, I don't know if you know this, but for a lot of these new open models or a lot of just general models, there's like a SpongeBob test where people would ask the AI to generate SpongeBob ASCII art. And they were like literally judging how good the model was based on its ability to create a SpongeBob ASCII art. All right, let's see here. So it appears that it's using the computer use tool and it is now going through and it's looking at what's on the screen. Ooh. It's using the AX tree instead of just raw visual things on the screen. So on macOS, there's like this concept of an AX tree and it represents all of the items on the screen. Helps a lot with just like programmatic access to those things. But also there's like accessibility device, like readers. You can actually go into your operating system and you can actually control a lot of your computer natively without any AI stuff, just by talking to it. Because there are people that have trouble like using the computer in different ways, whether it's, you know, with a keyboard and mouse. This way they can control it with their voice. They can hear like the menus read off to them. And so that AX tree gives that ability, but also it's really great when you have an AI that can't see what's on the screen. It can programmatically see the rendered items on the screen via the AX tree. Which I know it happened. I bet you when we reset the state of the macOS app, in the keychain is the old key. We didn't clear it out. We're running out of context, so I'm going to tell it to create a goal to figure out what the root cause of this is. All right, I want you to create a goal to figure out what the root cause of this is and fix it and write tests, regression tests to ensure it doesn't happen again. The goal must include these testing and validation, and it also must not be completed until these things are done. How does color work in programming? Well, when you want to represent color in like a pixel, there's usually an RGB value. and that means there's so much red, so much green, so much blue to that given pixel. Then you just represent the entire screen in a frame buffer with each pixel having a certain color set for it. Every dot on the screen gets a color. I remember back in the day, I was in like our computer science labs, and someone would leave their computer like unlocked. And nowadays, you do this like, you'll mess with them, be like, "Oh, your computer's hacked." You like post on their Facebook or something. But back in the day, we would actually invert their frame buffer so that everything on their screen was always upside down and backwards. Where else am I streaming? Oh, so we have people joining us from Twitch. We have people joining us from YouTube, and we have people joining us from X. It is at Zayden Ryan on each of those platforms. Like wants to know, but different screens have different dimensions, right? So how do you optimize it? It's a good question. So when you get into programming GUIs and like visual stuff, you'll probably end up working within like a framework, and you're not doing like direct mode rendering anymore. What you're really doing is you're probably working this framework, and the framework has already been programmed to handle things like window resizing. So if you ever do any I would start with web development. Let's say you get into web development and you want to do some like programming of visual things in web development. You can go look at like how Flexbox works, and basically each element on the screen you can have react to the other elements, and you can lay them out in certain ways so that if like you smush it down, it will automatically like do text wrapping. It will automatically like maybe like take an entire block of something and put it on the next line. And this is all done within these like grid frameworks, these layout frameworks. All right, Brad, we got you. You're back here on Twitch now. Welcome back. Wow. Just gonna throw all the channels out there. And if you're coming to us from X, which I know some of you are, right, all right. This thing is still manipulating up. It's prompting for a password. Oh, it's got to unlock the keychain because the secure enclave uses it. Also, the mid-level tier stores a private key in it. Hey, don't forget that if you pop up keychain password and you need a password to enter for the keychain access, you got to use your notify human skill, because that will ping me so I know to enter the password in for the machine. So I wired this thing up. So now if the AI ever needs me, it can use the notify human skill and it will send it out to my machines. It will send me a push notification to my phone. And then I know I got to come back and do something on the machine. Because there's just certain things like unlocking the keychain, granting permissions sometimes that it just doesn't really have access to. All right, so if you're just joining us, we are building a licensed server. Basically, if you are a macOS app developer and you want to sell your application outside of the Apple Store and you want to have people be able to purchase a license, put that license in the app, and unlock the paid features, we're building the infrastructure for you to be able to do that super easily. We're building a demo app that you can use as the developer. You can point your AI at it and say, hey, this is how it's implemented. Go implement it in my app. We're building the license library so it automatically does all the things it needs to do to validate that the license when the app opens up. We are building the SaaS product. It's not really a SaaS product because I don't think I'm going to charge monthly for it. So I don't know if we want to call it like subscription service. But if you want to sell your software, you'll just come in here, you will create a new product, put all your information for your product in, and then you'll get this sweet little landing page that you can point your customers at and they can purchase your product with Stripe. When you get paid, it will automatically send the license to the customer that purchased the product. They'll be able to enter that license into the macOS app, which is this demo app over here that we are currently working on. And as soon as they enter that license in, the features will become unlocked. And that is what we're doing. So right now the AI is actually going through and it is trying to figure out why when I just entered a license in, it didn't unlock. And I think it has to do with the fact that it needed the ability to like access the specific places where we store the keys, and I can't ever remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's gonna drive me wild. Keychain. So we store this stuff in the keychain, and it needed access to that. Hey, you should also make sure that you're not running more than one of these apps at a given time, because I think you're forgetting to like shut them down when you make changes to the app code, and then you recompile it and build it and restart it up again. You got to make sure there's no other processes running for the same app. Oh my god, we're going to trigger compaction here. As soon as that Holo Observe come back, I guarantee we are going to trigger compaction. Let's see what happens. Lucky wants to know, am I going to try and present it to big companies that already have licensed apps like Pinterest, Microsoft? Nah, I don't want to work. I don't want to work with big companies. Enterprise is a solopreneur. If some big company signs up and wants to use this, that's fine. But you can almost guarantee, because I've worked for big companies, you can almost guarantee that they have these things called SOC compliance. And you're in like SOC 2 type 1 or SOC 2 type 2 even, you have these policies and procedures, and some of them are going to say that your vendors that you work with also have to have these security compliance things, which would mean I have to get SOC 2 type 2 compliance things, which is basically me just documenting everything I do, which I like, it's on video. And then I have to like write all that documentation up, give it to an auditor. They're going to review it, and they're going to ensure that I'm following the procedures that I actually set. But it costs a lot of money, like tens of thousands of dollars. So I don't really see the point in doing that right now. Yeah, it's crazy, right? But if you're like an indie developer and you're building some apps and you want to sell them and you want to use this, go for it. Once again, I'm building this for me. I'm using it for my app that I'm going to build. Someone else wants to use it, that's great. If they don't want to use it, that's great too. I know that's not like the attitude you should take as a solopreneur, like you gotta fight for every dollar kind of thing, but this is not the thing I'm trying to make money off of. If I'm going to charge for this, it's going to be just enough to pay for the fact that I have to store records and serve bandwidth and everything else for the people that are using it. Yep. All right. So it compacted and hopefully, oh, no pause. That's why. Hopefully it doesn't. Oh, let's see what that means. I must have hit escape or something when I was typing to it. All right. For a fresh key on the clipboard, I'll use the visual grounding against the mouse. Okay, but we have environment variables that you can use to start the app up with the config and the key. You should use that instead of doing computer use because it'll be much faster for you. In fact, I want you to add to agents dot. Actually, no, I don't. I really don't want you to do that. Yeah, so I think it just realized we were working in another work tree. It's so annoying. It's been doing this off the main branch the whole time. Hey, what are all the current Git work trees that we have open? Maybe you should go back and look at some of the recent Git commits to main. Also look to see if there's any ForgeJo PRs open and compare the branches that were used for these to the open work trees. Because if we've already merged some pull requests for these branches, then we should like clean up those work trees and not have them lying around. The nice thing about the Codex app, when you start a Get work tree and then like you close that chat, it cleans up the work tree for you automatically. But I have not spent enough time to do that in a Pi extension yet. I need to. But we are 5 hours into this live stream. I have not stood up in 5 hours. That's pretty crazy. I might have to do a little desk stretching, you know? We are currently outpacing our usage. We are projected empty in 1 hour and 45 minutes, and we have a reset in 2 hours and 36 minutes. So we might have to slow this down. It's already going pretty slow, so I'm not going to do that. Let's hammer through. We have to. We absolutely have to. We will switch to GLM 5.2. Let's see what it come up with. Okay, I think we've gone a little crazy with our get work trees, so we need to like make sure we get all of these changes into main. We need to clean up the old ones. If something just has a devlog commit that's missing from main, then you can just ignore that change. That's not important. Somewhere this thing went way off the rails, started creating work trees and branches when it shouldn't have. So it looks like we have maybe 3 different work trees with maybe 2 stuff in it. I could have swore yesterday during the stream there were some things that I like the what was it? Yeah, the encryption out, like the certificate signing algorithm. I swear, like we changed it to ED25519, and then I got in the code and found out that it wasn't there. And I have a feeling that one of these get word trees contains that change that never got merged in. All right. So if you're just joining us, we are currently trying to get our demo app up and working again. Looks like we went off the rails and created some get work trees that shouldn't have been created. But we have a nice, I wouldn't call it a SaaS product. We have a nice licensed server where users, people who are indie developers or macOS developers, macOS app developers, can develop their app. They can put it on here. They get a nice little purchase landing page where they can sell it. Someone can purchase your app. You're a developer. They will get emailed a license key. They'll put that license key into their macOS app, and it will unlock the paid features. After we get this macOS app, so I created a demo app. After we get the demo app back up and working again, we are going to add the ability to push out updates to the app. And then your apps can automatically check in to see if there's updates. If there is, it'll download the update, and users can now get your updates as well through this platform. Oh, we have to get the macOS app, the demo app, up and running one more time. And when you sign up for this, you'll be able to just download this demo app and run it yourself. You'll be able to dig through all the source code and see how it works. This is the demo app. The agent's bringing it up. It's trying it out now. fix all the work trees? Let's go back and look at what it did. Wait a minute. Did you fix all the get work trees and clean them up? We needed to do that first before we proceeded with anything in this app, because there might be changes in those get work trees that we need to pull in. Like, we need to get everything into main or into this branch that we're working off of in a really good state, because we might be missing those features that are in those get work trees. I gotta add this to my dictionary. So when I say the words get trees, should be get trees. So it's saying that pull this up so you guys can see what I'm doing here. So it seems like this license demo device binding never got merged in. I don't know why it didn't just cherry pick the commits. It's kind of annoying. But it decided to actually just copy the code from the other work tree to this one. All right, guys, if you are just tuning in, don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube, please. If you take your eyes off this AI for like 1 minute and just start creating new get work trees. Doesn't need new branches. It didn't need. That left all this code behind. I don't know if it happened when I actually told it to create a new get work tree, but I don't think so because it had already merged that one into me. I told it to create a new one. So I have a feeling it was something else. "38 commit old branch." I knew it. I knew when we were working on stuff. This is probably why this thing took 4 or 5 days to build instead of just 2. It created a get work tree with a new branch. It did a whole bunch of work, a whole day's worth of work, and then created a new get work tree and we lost it all. And I didn't even realize it. We never merged even this stuff in. I swear I was going crazy on that stream yesterday. I was like, I don't understand. I know for a fact we switched over to ED25519. Well, that's the problem. See, when I was doing this, I work out of a mono repo. All my projects are the same repository. And yeah, I know real devs will work out of the main branch, but let me tell you something. I did have a really good workflow going where Codex would actually spin up a nice work tree, it would work inside of it, it would merge its stuff, it would end that conversation. I'd have 5 to 6 of these conversations going. But I switched back to Pi because I don't know what's going on with Codex, but it was burning through tokens like you wouldn't believe. And I switched back to Pi, and all of a sudden, my tokens are lasting days. I burned through all of my weekly tokens in like 1 hour in the Codex app. I don't know if they had a bug in there or something, but yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I would commit whenever I want, but yesterday, Codex was refusing to commit. All right, if you people are just joining us, we are fixing some nastiness that happened. The GPT 5.5 model went way off the rails and started creating work trees and branches, despite the fact that we had never merged those in yet to main. Oh my. But I think we've got in a good place. It's going to bring our app back up and online, and we're going to run through and test it again. And when it does that, we'll have our demo app. So we got a demo macOS app we're going to run through. We're going to generate a new license for it. We're going to put it in. We're going to see if it works. We're going to hope that the attestation using the secure enclave on this Mac machine verifies the license properly, is assigned to that device. All right, while this is going, do not forget to follow me on X and subscribe on YouTube. It's very important, because it gives me the motivation to continue with these streams instead of just building these apps in the middle of the woods from this van that I am in right now, because I am doing van life. This is actually, I'm in 4.5 years of doing van life, living in this van, traveling in this van around the country, writing code from this van. We are streaming to you live over Starlink with a Starlink Mini. I have unlimited Starlink Mini data, thankfully, because I'm sure that uploading all this is using a lot of data. I know that downloading these massive 500 gigabyte models that I run locally. Yep. You're doing van life and coding mobile, why not Black Hat? What is Black Hat? The Cyber Defense Conference? So this entire van runs off of solar power. We should probably do a solar check. I don't know if we got to doing our solar check today. You know, we should make sure we got enough power to continue going with this stream. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we do. But let's check it out. All right, let's see what we got going here. This entire van is powered by a 48 volt system and a 12 volt system, and we got enough solar power that we are actually at 99.6% power. I am running multiple computers, a handful of Raspberry Pis, an M3 Mac Studio Ultra, and we are still cooking. It's just mostly running off the solar panels. I mean, it's only using 3 amps, 0 amps. We're still running off of solar at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That is pretty awesome. That means we got plenty of power to go, so let's keep trucking along here. Someone says that we are burning oceans or wasting energy on the grid. That is not me, because we're just out here in the middle of a forest, and we are running all of this off of the sun. Yeah, Brett, you know what? I used to actually be in cyber, and I don't want to do that again. I did that in my career already. When I did cyber, it was like you were working Christmas Eve. You're always looking over your shoulder. Had to notify the government when I left the state. I don't want to do that again. All right, where we at? Oh, it's notified me. Hey, all right. Thanks for notifying me. Let's get at things it needs, shall we? All right, so we're back over, and the agent is going to probably start up the demo process here. Let's just go back through because I was busy talking, and I just want to make sure that everything looks good. Hey, can you give me an update on where we're at with cleaning up all the Git work trees and moving over the things that we were supposed to merge in from the old work trees that we forgot to merge in? I'll pause this goal because I think the goal is actually what's causing it to remove the stale clean work trees. Kept remaining intentional work trees. Converted. Okay, I still want to keep cleaning up the intentional work trees you mentioned. So what are the things in there? And maybe we should pull those into this branch or port them into this branch. What do you think? Review those and tell me what's in those that we still haven't ported into this branch. You know, be detailed. I'll tell you, being able to talk to the AI is just like when I have to like type something now, it's painful. I've almost forgotten how to type. I haven't forgotten it, but it's still just so much easier to talk to the thing. And I find that when I talk to it, the more I talk to it, it's like I give it more context and it like zooms in on what it is that I'm actually trying to do better. I'll be bucketing water to the AI master machine. Yeah. I mean, that's Brett. That's basically the entire plot of the Matrix, right? We'll all just become food for the machine. can't believe this. I knew it. I knew it when I was working on this yesterday. And we were not on ED2559. I knew something happened. I probably wasted a whole day. This is the problem with vibe coding. If I had looked at the code, I would have known immediately. Okay, so we definitely want to port over the richer demo app device binding ladder with the high, medium, low labels and the icons for pass fail. Maybe even like the regression test. So now I don't want to keep anything as a separate feature branch from now. I think a lot of these things are still valid, and I want you to start porting everything from there into these branches, into the branch we're working off of now, especially all the crypto hardening stuff. Before you go any further, create a git commit and push up this branch if you haven't in a while, and then continue porting everything from those work trees into this branch that makes sense. If you're not sure if you should port something over, ask me and I'll tell you. But generally, I want you to make good decisions and port over the things that enhance the capability of this app, because those things that we did in the other work trees and those branches, we probably still want in this work tree in this branch. So we should get most of that ported over to here. Oh boy, I can't believe this happened. I might just create like a little macOS app or something. It shows me like the work trees. So it's like blaring in my face. Maybe I should add an extension to Pi. So it goes like, oh, I'm on this work tree all of a sudden. I mean, it basically does. So down here, we should have this. For some reason, it's not updating the current working directory. All right, y'all, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to take a little walk for 10 minutes. I'm going to set a timer and I will be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to let this go and fix itself. If you see something that it's going off the rails, let me know. But I'm going to come back and review it too. So, yeah, I'm going to keep the music going. I'm going to keep this stream going. And the AI will keep going. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes to review it. All right, all right. I'm not back yet, but I'm back. I had to make a sandwich. I just realized I have been streaming for 6 hours and 11 minutes today, and I have not eaten anything all day. So, I'm just gonna have a quick sandwich. Gonna drink some tea, and hopefully the AI will be done at about the same time I'm done with my sandwich. On camera. Awesome, awesome. I'm still here. I'm just eating a sandwich real quick. 6 hours of streaming. I gotta eat something. Had to stand up for a few minutes. But don't worry, y'all. I haven't forgot about you. We are currently fixing the giant mistake that the AI made, which it started just creating work trees, didn't tell us. So a lot of the work that we did the other day didn't actually make it into the main branch. Luckily enough, this is an AI and we can just tell it to grab all the important things that we did before, port them into this branch, and then we will push it up. If you're just joining us, we are building a way for every macOS indie developer out there to easily sell their app without having to go through the App Store. That is our goal. We will accomplish our goal right after I finish my sandwich. All right, all right, all right. Beard check, 1, 2. Oh, yeah, it's good. All right. Welcome back. I guess I should just say welcome back to myself. Maybe you were here all along. All right, we are currently building out a way for every indie developer to sell their macOS apps outside of the App Store if they so choose. Our product is pretty simple. You can go in there, you can get a nice little landing page for your app. I'm not going to sell this as a subscription service because I don't want to. I'm building this for me because I want to build a macOS app and I want to sell it. This is not the product. The macOS app is the product. So, are you a macOS app developer? Let me know in the comments. What you're going to get is a nice landing page that works sometimes. Not at the moment, though, because the AI went way off the rails, started creating work trees like crazy, new branches, never merged in the old ones. We're going to rein that back in. You've probably been watching it fix its mistakes. It's porting over all the work that we did. I mean, I swear, I sat here one day and I thought the AI was gaslighting me. Because I know I sat here for a day working on all these features with it. And then all of a sudden we didn't have them. I should just check the work trees. Switching to tea because it is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, thereabouts. As soon as this thing comes back and tells us it has ported the remaining items over from the work trees that it abandoned, we'll get this product back up and running and I will walk through it with you. We are going to use the product to download the demo app, the demo macOS app, which will start up. We will go through the flow of configuring the demo macOS app, entering in a license key, watching all the paid features activate. I mean, that's the cool part about this, is you can write a macOS app and you will be able to hide features behind, I don't want to say a paywall, that just seems dirty. But people will be able to buy your app. You could even have different tiers. And when they buy it, you will get paid through Stripe. They will automatically receive a license to activate their app. It'll be emailed to them. They will enter in their license into the app. It will register for that machine. You as the seller of your macOS app will be able to say, I only want them to be able to install this on so many machines. Maybe it's just one. Maybe you want them to install it on 3 machines. I personally have 2 machines and I absolutely love it when developers allow me to install my software on both of my machines because I switch back and forth. The stream you're actually watching right now with this AI is running on a different machine in front of me than the one I am streaming with right now. So, if you let me buy your macOS app, let me run it on at least 2 machines, I'm a happy camper. And I know a thing or two about camping because we are streaming to you live from inside a van that I travel around this country in for the last 4.5 years. This van is completely powered off of solar. We are off grid. And we are coming to you live from a Starlink Mini. Yeah, Lucky, I'm not going to get into that. What happened in the past doesn't matter. It's what we do with our future and the decisions we make every day going forward. I'll tell you, if you want some great experience, lucky when you graduate university, definitely go get a job somewhere and you'll learn a lot on the job. But I'm at the point in my career where I'm building this business now from the ground up inside this van. It's going to be a eat what you kill type of thing. And we're probably going to start streaming from outside. Just not where I am right now because we are in bear country and I do not want a bear sneaking up behind me while I got my headphones on and I'm streaming. But I do have some good spots planned for the summer that I'll be traveling to. You guys will get a little taste of the outdoors while sitting at your nice comfy desk. I'll be doing AI from the grass, or the dirt, from Thrive Island. Yeah, Lucky, anything you do takes work. Anything worth doing takes work. All right, so let's get back to our app. Looks like it's still porting over some tests. Did you guys catch anything while I was gone? Did it go off the rails at all? How's the sound? I got 2 fans and an air conditioner running, but I think I was able to isolate the frequencies that they produce and strip them out of the audio, hopefully. Nice. Thanks. Just the techno background on me. That's what we want. This air conditioner that's running right now uses about 50 amps, runs purely on 12 volt. It's powered by the sun. It looks like it ported over all the stuff we did. I would have went crazy. Like, I swear, I would have been looking at this and been like, where are, it's like a whole day's worth of work. It just didn't merge in like I thought it did. I think we should make an extension and maybe like put some output down here that, I don't know, like if we could pin a work tree, so if the agent tries to create one or something without like me doing like an explicit like tree. Let's see what it can come up with. All right, let's give it a nice prompt here. I think we need to come up with a new Pi extension. So let me give you a little background on what went wrong. For the last few days, I have been working on this project. And at some point, a new get work tree was created. And I don't know if I told it to, or maybe it did it on its own, but the agent started working out of a separate get work tree. and a separate branch. And when that happened, we forgot to merge in one or two work trees, and all that work we did fell behind and never got merged in. And so now I'm having to go back and do all that. So what I think I need to do is we need to create a new I extension that will go through, and as the agent is working, ensure that we are locked to a given working directory and locked to a work tree. And I think what I need to do is maybe have like a slash command that enables that locking. And currently in Pi, we show the current working directory and branch that we're on. But when the agent goes and creates a new work tree and a new branch outside of the current working directory we're on, we don't really see that. So I think what we need to do is have a way of reining that in locking to a specific work tree and branch and current working directory. And maybe even like a slash command that allows us to switch to a given work tree. We do not want the agent to be able to do that on its own. So if we need to create a new work tree and switch to that with a new branch, then I want a slash command to create a get work tree, and I will do it myself, and then the agent can begin working from there. Now, this already might be a feature of Pi, and I just don't know it. I do want my Pi agents to be able to go outside of their current working tree, but we should set off alarms if they create a new work tree and they weren't supposed to. So maybe what we need to do is just keep track of all the work trees that we have. And if a new one gets created without me using an explicit create get work tree slash command, maybe we show something in Pi, maybe like down at the bottom in the status area, that says a new get work tree was created. And maybe we have another slash command where I can approve certain get work trees, because I could imagine maybe I have a bunch of different Pi agents open and they're working in different get work trees. Yeah, tell me how that sounds. Maybe come back to me with what you think we should do and any recommendations. And maybe go look at like the Pi source code, maybe some of the Pi documentation. Come back to me with recommendations. I think you should also assign a score to each option, and then you can give me your best recommendation option. Well, that like sort of translated what I said. So this is basically what I did like 2 weeks ago. I sat down and I told her I wanted to build this macOS app, and I just dictated forever, like hours and hours and hours. Every thought I had of everything I wanted to do, and told it to build a roadmap. And one of the things was like, oh, you're gonna have to sell the app. And this is how we got to this place where I am now building a product to sell the macOS app that we are eventually going to build. It's like number one on the roadmap, be able to sell the app. So this thing is going to go off now. This is running GLM 5.2. It's going to do a whole bunch of research, which GLM 5.2 on max thinking mode really likes to do. And then we'll see what it comes up with. Let's go back to our agent. It's been working. don't know why it's creating a version 2. We haven't even deployed this app. We're still on version 1. We'll just like wipe away any state, but just gonna. It's too high of a risk to interrupt it for something so small. Really doesn't have much impact. I'm about to start drinking tea throughout the day. I'm losing my voice talking for 8 hours a day straight. You guys got any secret family recipes for people that talk too much? I mean, tea-wise, to help with the throat, so they don't lose their voice. You guys want to know what's pretty wild? Oh, while I was gone, we had a huge spike in traffic on X. It's like people enjoyed watching the code, and then as soon as I got on, they were like, hit that guy. All right, all right. Wait, what? Oh my god, this thing scared the crap out of me. Because I literally just pressed that reset button and it's telling me I hit my ChatGPT usage limit. And I'm realizing it just meant for the 5-hour session. Do we risk using GLM 5.2? It's been doing a pretty good job on its own of fixing things. Heck it, let's do it. Okay, continue. But before you continue, I actually want you to commit everything we've done so far, push it up, and then you may continue. Now the beauty of this thing is I currently have it set to 600,000 token limit, which is significantly more. It's like double what GPT 5.5 is. So maybe it'll work even better. It is a 1 million, but I find that if I stop it, if I only use like half of the context window that it can use, I actually get better results. So you'll notice that it instantly got some nice Rubocop linting fixes. If you ever work with other people, you'll know that you want to have a linter because it kind of standardizes the code so that everyone's on the same page. Linters become super powerful when you're using AI models because they're non-deterministic, so they can just like do things differently one day and than they do the next day. Or you could do what I just did and switch models mid-session, and it's definitely going to do things differently. And if we use a linter, we can kind of force them into writing code in the same way. So now we are back on GLM 5.2. It's currently saying 30 tokens per second, which is actually higher than I think the GPT 5.5 was. Worst case scenario, let's just do this. I'm going to get the current commit hash. Forgot the command to get the git commit hash. Hey, there it is. Okay. I'm going to record this down into our notes here. Let's see. All right. I'm just going to record that in our notes. And basically, that way, if this thing goes way off the rails, we can go back, this git commit, reset to it, check out a new branch to it, and just have ChatGPT or GPT 5.5 pick up where it left off before we switch the models and do its thing. We might actually be in a better place to have GLM 5.2 do this work. I call it my get shit done model because it just gets shit done. So this might actually get us there quicker. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that. Dang, we don't reset for an hour. Well, you're saying there's some stuff that's out of scope. Can you tell me what the out of scope thing is? Maybe we should dig into that more. We had these work trees that were, uh, improperly abandoned, and now we're trying to pull all the code back into this work tree in this branch by porting it into here. Did we get everything? I think you're saying the old crypto branch only had the service plus test, seller facing license key, reissue UI endpoint. I don't think there's anything out of scope. If it's in that other branch or those other branches that we're trying to clean up, those other work trees that we're trying to clean up, then we probably need to port that stuff into here. I mean, you get what I'm trying to do here, right? Like, we want to clean up all the branches, all the get work trees, so that this is the only one that we're working from. Um, but we want to make sure that we do not delete work that we did previously, that we're pulling in all the meaningful things into this branch. Yeah, I'm just not going to say that. It already gets the idea, I think. Yeah, let's switch it up a little. I want you to build the seller-facing license key reissue UI endpoint now. Before you do that, though, are we all set with the other work trees and the other branches? Can we delete those work trees now? I mean, you could probably push the branches up to Forge Joe, so at least we have the saved code, right? Add that to our dictionary. Forge, comma Joe. It's the Forge Joe. Oh, I just removed them. Oh. Okay, so the branch ref still exists. If you haven't already, I highly recommend go reading like the Git. I forget what it's called. There's a really good book on Git, and it explains how branch refs and how refs to files work. And I feel like a lot of people use Git, they just don't fully understand all of that. Awesome. Yes, proceed. In fact, I want you to look at the current goal. And if I think the goal is still along the lines, maybe something that we need to do. But I also want you to add to it with this seller facing license key reissue UI endpoint stuff now. The goal should also include adding tests for these things, controller tests, system tests, regression tests, and make sure that we do not mark the goal completed until we have 100% proven that these things are implemented and that they are pushed up to Forge Joe and in a PR. All right, friends from the interwebs, how are you all doing out there right now? We are coming at you live from the forest in a van, not down by the river. We're like really far away from the river, so don't you worry about that. We're not down and out yet. I mean, if this license app server thing that I've been building for 5 days takes any longer than I might be, we're going to press on. I mean, we are pressing on. We ran out of chat GPT 5.5 tokens for our 5-hour window. We still have 1 hour and 1 minute until it resets, so we are going to muddle on through with GLM 5.2 on max thinking mode. So I'm going to need all of you out there to help me watch this and make sure it doesn't do anything too crazy. Because if you're watching it and I'm watching it and you let me know in the X chat, the Twitch chat, the YouTube live chat, whichever you're watching from, if you see something going crazy, tell me. Yeah, Brett's right. If you're not maxing the tokens on all your models every 5 hours, you're not getting your money's worth. So I'm actually on this legacy ZAI GLM 5.2 plan. I bought the ZAI plan when it first came out. I paid $350 for the whole year, and they actually didn't have weekly limits back then, so I'm grandfathered into that, which means my limits reset every 5 hours, but are absolutely unlimited for the week. So most people who have the GLM plan right now from ZAI are running out pretty quickly on their weekly limits. I don't have that, so I can burn billions and billions of tokens per week. I could easily do 2 billion tokens a day. I have, because the macOS app that I've been building has been running nonstop for 2 or 3 weeks now, cranking tokens out of GLM. All right, let's keep an eye on this thing though. I think this thing is actually doing more background research than GPT 5.5 does. Oh boy. Why is this saying I'm a member? guessing that a license activation is considered a member. I don't know, maybe I'm paranoid, but I'm watching this thing like a hawk. The fact that it's introducing Flash here, setting off some alarms in my head. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's using Flash to display something like one time because in Rails, that's what Flash does, and then you can clear it. After it's been used, it gets cleared and then it removes from the session so you don't see it again. It's mostly for notifications. Yeah, it does use Toast. So that's the crazy thing. That's what was worrying me is I have Toast and I even have like an explicit notification thing that it includes. Um, I don't know. I might just have like GPT 5.5 review this code when it comes back. We'll see. I'll tell it to like review everything after that commit hash that we recorded. So what I can't remember, Brett, is if I implemented the Toast notifications off of Flash, or if what I ended up doing is this inertia thing where it injects the notification into the HTML, it gets loaded at one time and gets used. I just don't remember. No, I'm not using Hermes. I spent so much time on OpenClaw when it first came out. I'm like in the special OpenClaw like Discord channel and stuff, but I don't really go there anymore for like the maintainers. Just got like too corporate-y. It was fun in like October, November, December, and then it like took off midway at the end of December, and it was just like, and I spent so much time with that when Hermes came out. I know everyone's using it. I should probably play with it at some point, but right now I'm laser focused on building these products. I don't have Jira or Asana. I'm a solo developer, so I do have Forge Joe, which I can show you guys what it looks like. So basically, this is the Forge Joe. Um, it looks a lot like GitHub. It has issues. It has pull requests. It has a project board, like Jira or whatever. I had my OpenClaw all wired into this thing. I literally could create issues. I could assign like thinking levels. I could assign different models with labels. It would just shoot out to the OpenClaw, and it would work on like 100 issues at a time if I needed to. It would come back, push stuff back. Other OpenClaws, different models would do the reviews. I cranked out so much code, but OpenClaw kept breaking me, and it was just so frustrating. So I stopped using it. And now we're back to one terminal, one piece of work, which is going to change as soon as we finish this thing. We're going to start building a macOS app that is going to manage all of our projects in this giant mono repo across all of our businesses, all of our Stripe accounts. We're going to build an army of one. Better by Cloud. Yeah, I know. I mean, I've heard great things about Hermes. I haven't sat down with it and wanted to set it up. That's basically all it is. Yeah, and that's basically, you gave it a skill, give Claw a skill to fix it, update it. Yeah, that's basically what I had to do with OpenClaw early on. I don't know, maybe I'll give it a shot. Once we get some of this stuff launched and we're in a good place. There's just so many like new models I want to try. Well, I feel like I got them like way too close. Sorry about that. I feel like there's so many models that I want to try, and I just haven't even tried those yet. Okay. Right, what do they use for their memory? Is it like stored in markdown files? Is it in like a SQLite database? Like, what do they use? Markdown files, yeah. All right, what's this thing gonna do? Yeah, that's the important thing with memory, right? It's like, what does it save? And what does it, it has to decide what to keep around and what not to keep around. Because otherwise you're just cluttering things and burning tokens. I actually had a great memory system that I built for my OpenClaw, and it was in Pi. So Pi, this agent harness is actually the This is what OpenClaw uses. So OpenClaw is really just a whole bunch of things built on top of Pi. And I built an extension early on, and what it would do is it would record all these important memories, and then it would use what's it called, QMD? Have you seen that? Basically uses like vector search to find relevant details, and then if it got something that was relevant to the current conversation and it was high enough, it would interject it into the conversation behind the scenes. And I used that for the last 6 months, 7 months. And then the other day I was going through and trying to figure out why. So I was running some local AI, and it should have been caching the initial prompt, but my memory system was constantly interrupting and not caching anything because of it. So I ripped it out. Am I revenue grinding like the rest of these vibe coders? I don't know. Yeah, let's say I am. I'm definitely revenue grinding. Although I don't really have anything for you to buy. No, I mean, you got to make some money eventually. But I mean, I don't know if you saw it, but I actually, so in the early days of the stream, went over this mono repo, and in here I have these engines that I built out, which you can see right now. There's these engines, right? And I built this foundation engine, and it makes it so that it becomes really easy for me to launch a SaaS product. It's got Stripe, it's got users, it has like all the enterprise, organizations, members of organizations, permissions for the given members, like everything you could ever want out of that. And then each of these other apps mounts the foundation engine in it. So all I have to do when I want to create some new app is just focus on only the business logic for that app, and I get all the other stuff for free now because of this foundation engine. Like I get the Stripe, I get the user management, I get everything. You can dev extension. I didn't know that. Maybe I'll check that out. But basically, to prove that the foundation engine worked, I created the invoice app engine. And this just like is so you can generate PDF invoices, and it mounts the foundation engine. And then what I did was I made it so that I could actually like spawn multiple versions of this app and give like little tweaks to it, either the business logic or the like theming or whatever. Ruby makes it really easy to like override classes and reopen them and do all sorts of crazy shit. So I created 3 different invoice websites. One of them can, very different from the other 2, to show that all I have to do is mount this one thing and I get like this whole app now that I can spin up with databases, replication, everything. And I'll show you that real quick here. So, pull up. So now we have this website, right? And it looks exactly like this one, only some of the words are slightly different. And then this one is completely themed differently. It looks very different. The copy is different. The colors are different. I can even like sign in. Do that. Show you what I mean. right? It's like everything you could ever want. Like you're running your own business and you want to send invoices out. Um, we have all sorts of great stuff in here. Just realized this is like off the screen. I don't know if you're able to see it. Shit. Oh, I see the problem. Sorry, I'm still learning this OBS. I was zoomed in on it. So, yeah, like you have your invoices. You can go in here. You can create a new invoice. You can add a new business like your UCO, right? With you and all your information. You can even like upload your logo, whatever. And then let's say you get some new customer and you're like, I don't know, Bob's house. Now, it becomes super easy for you to come in here and say, hey, this invoice, Bob, is due July 10th. Here's a new item that you got to enter in. You know, did some work for 2 of these things. Cost me $5 an hour to do this, so you owe me $10 for that. If you're gonna pay it, please pay me with cash. And have you made any payments yet? Maybe Bob already paid $5 worth of that cash, and he paid it on this day. And so Bob still owes me $5. He paid 5 out of the 10. Maybe we just had like another thing. Just because Bob was cheeky. So we're gonna charge him another $7. All right, so Bob still owes us $12. Hey, pay me soon, please. All right. So now we have this like invoice draft, and like I only did this whole invoicing thing because I was like, one, I had to send someone an invoice, and two, this is like one of the easiest things I think, like I personally think I could build. But now it also becomes super easy. I can like download the PDF. So it's going to generate this as a PDF that I can download and open, and it'll look exactly like this without the draft across it. I can literally like email this to Bob straight from in here. I can go look at all my customers. Here's Bob. And then, but here's the real thing, is this whole foundation engine I built, it comes with everything. It comes with a sidebar, comes with the ability for me to like add some new team easily. Like let's say you want some new organization, you can add that. You can like go update all the stuff about your org. All the billing is in here. So it's like, okay, you're currently on the starter plan. You get these things. So I was like, let's gamify this, right? So it's like, imagine you're in a game and you have so many health points or so much mana or whatever, and then you drink a potion or you get some power up and it like adds 20% to your base HP points. So that's kind of how I framed like all the billing here. So it's basically, you get these things that are like resource constraints on my server. You get so many of them. Like you can generate so many PDFs. And then your workspace, your whole like organization maybe only gets these many things as like a hard limit. And then you can upgrade your plan, right? So let's say you come in here and you want to like sign up for a real plan. You can update the plan, and you get more of these things. And you can subscribe to add-ons now. So if I go like this, stop a second. Pull this over here. This doesn't look right, but that's what it is. Why does this look so bad? Anyway, that's the dark mode. The dark mode on this one looks pretty dark. Let's fix that. Where was I? Billing. So now, right, let's say you're like on this pro plan, and it has like all this stuff that you get, right? Like you get more seats, you get more PDFs, you get more email sends that you can do, your workspace capacity goes up, but also you can buy boosters, like those potions. So you can like add additional seats to your organization. You can do things like increase the amount of invoices that you can have, the amount of email invoices that you can send out, right, per month or whatever. It tells you the price. It tells you the booster that you get. So this is going to be boosted by 1,000. Or you can do, like, this is a fixed booster. Or you could even do a fixed booster or a percentage increase of your base. So you just figure out the math that works best for you. And I was thinking about this because I was like going through and I'm using Codex. I pay $200 a month and then I run out like we just did. And I really do not want to go in there and like switch to this whole different pricing scheme where I have to like pay as I go. Like what I want them to do is be like, oh, well, allow me to just like double my current plan or something, right? So that's basically what this does. And so you have like these additional things, these add-ons that get billed onto your current subscription. I did add like the prepaid credits because there are companies out there that just like to top up their accounts with lots of credits and then do pay-as-you-go pricing, which is fine. So we have that ability too, and you can see the billing history of what they paid and everything goes through here. Ideally, we have the Stripe invoice on there. You know, it just redirects you over to Stripe. Like if I were to decide I want to switch to the yearly plan, it should bring me on over. Right, I get my Stripe checkout, I pay for everything, and we're good to go. So basically this whole product was just like, so all this, the billing stuff that you've seen, everything other than the invoice business logic is the foundation layer. So every app I build from here on out automatically gets all that billing, automatically gets the add-on, gets the Stripe, gets the ability to create new teams, add new team members. So let's get into that. There's team members. So you can even go in here now and like, I can invite someone. I can manage the various roles that team members can have, right? Like I can give a group name to this and I can assign permissions to it. I can go back and I can like manage the members. So I could like add specific permissions to just this person on the team. What's really crazy, because I did closure link tables, I could even invite another organization, and all of their team members come along too. And I can assign them various permissions. Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff in here that comes as part of that foundation engine that I built. Let's see what the AI is doing. Let's get back to that. So going through and implementing things. So you might have to run the Rails DB seeds. Yeah, so you have to run it from inside the license app engine directory. All right, if you're just tuning in, we are building an app so that macOS app developers, can sell their app with a landing page, with licenses, so that you can go and get emailed the license when you purchase an app, put it into your app, and activate the purchased features. We ran out of GPT 5.5 5-hour credits today. It resets in 27 minutes, so we are using GLM 5.2 right now. If you've ever wondered how good this model is, You're watching it work. If you haven't already, please go subscribe on YouTube to Zayden Ryan. That's my channel. Right here. If you're on X. If you are on Twitch, you're going to want to go to the YouTube and subscribe. Because we are going to be building all sorts of products for indie devs. If you're the kind of person that works from a van in the middle of the woods and you need an ecosystem of tools to help you build and run your business, then you're just like me, because I'm working out of a van in the middle of the woods too, and I'm building all those products. So you should definitely go subscribe to the YouTube videos. You should definitely go subscribe on X, which I don't even think is a thing, but just follow me on X at least. If you see me live streaming, go, retweet the stream or something. That would be awesome. And if you prefer Twitch, we're on Twitch too. So get on there, smash that subscribe button, become a follower, and we're going to work on some cool stuff together. I can guarantee if you're watching this stream, I'm interacting with you, you're interacting with me. We're going to build some stuff together. If you think there's something we should build and it hasn't been built yet, then we're going to build it. We will brush our beard. Because that is important. You can't just be a man in the woods with a crazy beard. I mean, you can. But you may as well brush it every now and then, Just keep it nice. All right, so we are still going here. We are letting GLM 5.2 run the show. It's running at 28.1 tokens per second right now. It has used 54.4% of its 600,000 context window. So I don't even know what that is, but I'm guessing that 54.6 is probably gonna be like 327,000 tokens in this context window. And we're only halfway through it. Yeah. Let's see what it's doing. Maybe let's go check out the app. Maybe it's been playing around with the app behind the scenes and we didn't even know it. I'll admit it, I get a little distracted. I've been sitting here streaming for 7 hours and 35 minutes today. Let's check out the app. Okay, so we have an app. The demo app is launched. This is the app that you'll download from the product page, if the product page were working. Let's try it. Okay, so I think one of the problems is that we need to launch the engine inside of the license app. So I think what you need to do is probably run through to the mono repo, and then set all these. I have approved the keychain and I will approve it again. If necessary. But I think we need to get the Rails server running properly within this work tree that we are working within. This is one of those times where I know GPT 5.5 would just be crushing it. Instead, we are just trying to get this app running. Let's have it do that. It'll run through, it'll reset all the things, it'll run all the things. You know, we made a lot of changes because we pulled them in from our other branch. And now we need to get those things into the database in the correct way. And so we're going to smash that bin reset. It's going to reset everything, rerun all our schema migrations, rebuild all the assets, JavaScript, CSS. This is going to take a minute because what that bin reset does is it actually resets every single database in the development environment for every one of our projects in this entire mono repo. And each project gets its own database. In fact, each project gets like 7 databases. If you were watching along earlier today in the stream, I went over how SQLite works. And I went over how SQLite actually has a global write lock. So to get around that, when I know there's high contention areas where the write lock is going to be fought over, I will break that out into its own SQLite database. And that just helps keep things smooth and running fast. Part of that foundation engine that I built maintains all these things for me. It does live replication to other servers as backups. It even puts it into nice cold storage in an object store S3 type backup. And as I add more and more apps to the foundation engine, I get all that for free. And if any of them go wrong, my net monitoring starts sending me all sorts of alerts and waking me up in the middle of the night. If you've ever worked in a production environment, you know that writing the code with the business logic is like 40% of the work. And the other 60% is deploying it, maintaining it, running it, managing it, all the DevOps, the SREs, all the things that big companies hire and farm out. We're not going to do that. We're going to do the things, but we aren't going to hire and farm them out because we have agents, and we're going to vibe all of that. Now, critical infrastructure stuff, I tend to not to vibe because that's important that that stuff doesn't break. But the monitoring has helped. when I first deployed a bunch of this stuff, I was getting all sorts of alerts. So I have canaries. Um, Canaries will report in, and it's actually more like a dead man switch, constantly reporting in that the thing is working. And if I don't get notified, then I know it's not working. And that's when the alarms go off. Back in the day, I think there used to be a thing called Dead Man Snitch. It kind of did stuff like this. Maybe it's still used. I don't know. I've been out in the woods, people, okay? I've been in the woods in a van for 4 years. Corporate America has not gotten me back yet. Because they want me to trim this beard. That was it. That's the reason. I didn't want to trim the beard. I wanted to grow a beard. You know? I think that was my goal. Let's see if we can get it longer. Like maybe like down here. So like, what do you guys think? Day 100 of the live streams. Let's try and get it like slightly off camera. I think that'd be cool. My girlfriend who lives in this van and travels with me might hate it. But I think that'd be pretty cool. Well, it looks like the bin reset worked. GLM 5.2 is celebrating. It looks like it actually registered. Let's pull it up. So we'll just put this back over here. Pull up our app. All right, so we have the app up. It's gonna read the screenshot. Why is it? Okay, so this model is Z.AI's GLM 5.2, and despite the fact that we have local vision capabilities with the Holo model, which I showed earlier, it's showing out to the ZAI vision tools, which is fine, I guess. It's realizing it needs to scroll down. See if it can figure out how to scroll down with the tools I gave it. The nice thing about having a model with such a large context window is when it's using the computer use tools and they're extremely verbose about everything that's on the screen, it doesn't completely overload the context window. Like when I'm using GPT 5.5, the context window gets filled up so fast with this computer use stuff. Live verification confirmed. The AX tree state shows license features are enabled. Was accepted as valid. Binding. It says it's binding to medium. So it did not use the secure enclave. So I'm guessing if we go look at the app, we're going to find that the default seed for the products by default does not require, oh, it does require high. Okay, so I'm looking in the product for the license app engine, and I believe the seed requires high device binding policy by default, and if it doesn't, then it should. But then I'm looking in the macOS app, and it's not using the high secure enclave like it should be. I think we need to figure out what's going on there before we proceed with any further here. If you haven't, I think you did a good job so far, and you should commit push-up stuff. Actually, you just did that. Scratch that. So I think we need to look at why Secure Enclave private key is not working for this. Is it because we need to sign the app first? The demo app? Guessing that's the problem. I don't know, guys. I'm getting pretty tired. We're almost on hour 8. We're at 7 hours and 45 minutes into this stream. Our GPT resets in 9 minutes, so we will be smashing that GPT to go through and review the changes that GLM 5.2 made. Sorry, Brad, I can't drink Mountain Dew. I don't drink soda. But I want to go through and review the stuff with Sparkle that does the updates. But I feel like I should really be focused for that. I'm also sure that my girlfriend would love to come inside since she's been outside all day while I've been in here streaming. All right, let's see what we can get done in the next 15 minutes. Why Secure Enclave isn't working? The demo app is ad hoc sign. So I'm wondering if maybe what we should do is inside of here. Yeah, we have an Apple developer certificate on this machine. I have been signing this demo app now with it all day long. But I also think that before we do that, I'm wondering if there's a way in the demo app that we can put like a signing status. Is it possible where it says like signing in secure enclave in the demo app, uh, to just put some sort of like notice on there of like, hey, this app was not signed uh properly with like the developer application ID yet, and therefore secure enclave high device bound private proof isn't going to work. You know, just something so that right when we're in the demo app, we can easily see whether it was signed or not. And then we'll know that that's why high secure enclave isn't being used. Let's see what happens, what it comes back with. I'm a little bit skeptical because GLM 5.2 seems to be having like less macOS developer type knowledge. GPT 5.5 definitely seems to crush that a lot better. See how many tokens we have burned on this adventure. So since GPT 5.5 went offline, we have used 251 million tokens of GLM 5.2. Seems awfully high. Oh, wait, no, that's not right. I take that back. The other app, the app that is still building, is using some of those. So in the last hour, roughly, since we've been using this, it's probably more like 4 or 5 million. I was gonna say 251 million tokens the last hour in this thing. We'd have to be going like 1,000 tokens a second. Even then, I still don't think we'd be up that high. I was really hoping we were going to get to that update stuff today and launch this. But it looks like you guys will just have to tune in for day 8. Because I'm losing my voice. This is kind of wonky. It seems to have duplicated this binding ladder 3 times in here. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that. Yeah, Brett, update your production. Get it done. At least someone's shipping to production here. Because I know it wasn't me today. Golly. Yo, if this thing pops up and it forgets to notify human like it always does, you guys gotta tell me, okay? So we're not sitting here waiting. I got too many projects going on at the same time. Too many projects. I can only stream one project even though I'm working on many. I kind of wish there was like a multi-window streaming thing. So you guys could like, oh, I want to watch that project going or that one. And you could switch between the windows because I can only stream one window. In fact, I'm like already trying to get this window in here and this window in here. Flywheel failure, yeah. The biggest problem is that macOS keychain requires me to type in my password. The other problem is that this thing has to be signed. In order to do that, I have to give it access to the signing certificate, which is in the macOS keychain, which then I have to type in my password. Someone figures out how to automate that, that would be really awesome. Please let me know in the comments. Key vaults. Yeah, but the problem is when you're doing like Apple development, it has like this requirement that it has to use the keychain for like all these things. Like if I want to use Secure Enclave, I have to go through the keychain. Still works keychain to key vault. Oh, interesting. All right, I'll have to check out Key Vault. Okay, like the Azure Key Vault. Yeah. Didn't Terraform used to like have some version of this? Okay, check out Key Vault. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's having to type in my password. It's like so interrupting. Okay. Is there like a local one, or do I have to use like this Azure Key Vault thing? Can I run it through? Is there something I can run like locally? All right, so it looks like it made some updates. It scrolled down to this area on the app using our computer use tools that I've given it. It now says this build cannot create secure enclave keys, rebuild with an Apple developer certificate, provisioning profile, and keychain access group entitlement to test high secure enclave proof. Ooh, it even says ad hoc site, so that's nice. Okay. I'll check that out. Thanks. Appreciate that, Brett. I mean, I know there's even all sorts of like one password integration with this stuff now. But even then, you still have to type in your password. I think for every new like one password shell. Let's see what else we got going on here. Maybe I can bring this app over here. Let's see if I don't think it's weird. I'll sometimes type my own prompts. I just feel like it's so much faster to speak them now. Like if I'm sitting in like a work environment or I'm working out of a coffee shop or something, sitting here talking to the computer is kind of hard to do. People look at you funny. So then I gotta type stuff out. Jamaica beer of a talking that. Yeah. That's actually one of the things I want to do with this new macOS app that we're going to build. So it's going to like help me manage all of these projects that are going on simultaneously and all these different things, and it's going to tell me when I need to take action. And I want to be able to talk to it and have it respond back to me, or like just tell me to do something that it needs to be done. Because as I create more and more of these projects, the technical burden of managing them all becomes greater and greater. And I need to figure out a way to do this without hiring a bunch of people. What is this thing doing? I think it's still trying to figure out how to sign the certificate. Use the certs or something. It's the problem with GLM 5.2. What am I running what on, Brett? You're running GLM locally. No, I have the Z.AI GLM plan. It's basically unlimited because it resets every 5 hours with no weekly limits. I'm like grandfathered into their old plan. I paid for it for the whole year. I still have like 6 months left on it or something. Yeah, I can burn like probably 2 to 4 billion tokens a day. No problem. And I already paid my $350 for the whole year for it. Yeah, so that's the thing that's been running and building my macOS app for the last few weeks that I've not taken a look at yet. So I'm pretty excited to unveil that and see what kind of slop it has produced. All right. Oh man, my terminal's not even on the screen. I'm covered up by this thing. I gotta get some like keybinds set for OBS or something. this? Oh no, just move back. Come on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Our codec stuff reset. We are back. Let's switch this one. Before we do that, we are back. We got to get back because if we're going to switch back to GPT 5.5, we have absolutely got to get under the 300,000 token limit that it has. We're already at 63.8% of the 600,000 that we have set for GLM 5.2. As soon as that's done, we will smash this and get it going. It might reload real quick. We are 8 hours and 17 minutes into this live stream. I just don't feel like we've gotten that much done today. I think we probably lost a whole day, maybe a day and a half, because of the stupid work tree problem. Actually, let's go check on GLM. Let's see what it's figured out on how to do this work tree thing. We are at Pi source code. It shows current working directory. Just by what I see. The get checkpoint. Permission gain status levels. Block. So I have a tool called Hook. By the way, we switched back to setting up a Git or a Pi extension that will hopefully prevent us from having this work tree problem where the agent just goes off, creates new work trees on its own without letting us know that there's still dirty things in the old work tree that need to be merged in. All right, let's do this. Let's create a new repository for the agent to create this. We're going to call this Pi Work Tree Guard. Clone this out. Pull it down. Pass this back to the agent and say, okay, go ahead, build the extension in here. Sure you add it to the, oh, you guys can see this. Okay, then make sure you add it to the JSON Pi so that the extension gets installed. Then go ahead and try and test this out maybe with some way that you could think of how to do that by spinning up Pi and testing it out. Also commit the changes, push them up, make sure they get pushed up to the new Git repository that I created inside that Pi Worktree Guard directory. I want you to create a goal to do this. I want you to add validation to the goal, make sure that it's working. Do not mark this goal complete until you've validated that it works and that you've pushed up all the changes to the repository and installed it into Pi. Not into Pi, into Pi. All right, so that's gonna run. We compacted here. We're gonna do a quick reload. Now we're gonna switch over to our model, which is on GPT 5.5. I'm gonna be like, we've done a bunch of work since git commit. What was that git commit? You guys remember? It's a good thing I wrote it down. What are you guys even doing here? If you can't tell me the git commit hash, come on. You're gonna quit coding because I'm swinging on the repo? Why? It doesn't cost me anything. All right, we've done a bunch of work since git commit. I want you to go and review all that work to make sure that that's the best way you think of how we should have done this thing. If not, go ahead and fix it. I want you to create a goal to do this. In fact, we already have a goal, and I think we still have to do some of the work from that goal because I don't know if we've finished it yet. So I want you to get the current goal, add this to the current goal, or prepend it to the current goal. I want you to work on this. I want you to validate it. I want you to get this up and running. You're going to need to sign probably the macOS app that we've been working on. Go through all these things. If you need me to unlock the machine, make sure you use the notify human skill. All right. I'm going to let that crunch. I'm going to step outside. I'm going to take a quick stretch. I said I would be done in 10 minutes. It has now been 30 more minutes. That's all we got, I think. I think that's what we got, guys. so intimidated because I just talked to this thing. Right, why would you be intimidated by it? It's just a prompt. Hit that goal, add to it. Hit the next goal. Yeah, I mean, look, if you give your agent the ability to modify its own goals, look at its goals, update its own goals. I'm not super worried about AI. Do you know why? Because it just created a whole bunch of work trees and fucked up my whole day. All right, so I'm gonna let this run. Might do it again. Probably will do it again. I'm gonna let this whole thing run. We're gonna go from there. Hopefully we will have a nice extension working. Hopefully we will have this macOS figured out, signed, ready to go. Tomorrow morning, when I get on this stream, we will be doing and testing the update functionality of our app that we have been working on so diligently for like 5 days now. The goal of this thing is going to be able to use Sparkle to enable the check for updates feature in macOS apps so that we can not only sell the macOS apps through our platform so that any indie dev or whoever wants to sell their macOS app can do that with all the things they need, including a landing page, automatically connecting it through Stripe, distributing licenses to the customers who purchase, but it will also maintain the current release, and the apps can all come back, hit the server to see what the current release is, and basically just do their updating on their own. And once we have that, we're going to build our macOS app. All right. Y'all have been great. You've been a great audience today. May the tokens be ever in your favor. And with that, I leave you all for the day. Good night.